Hello, beautiful pheasants, and welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely Monday. Also, I'm not going to know some people in the chat here because YouTube has updated something again. For example, a mix of freak. Morning, just a tad late, had to get some food, got interrupted by my father yelling at the TV. I don't know who that is, but I bet I know you. Empress? But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a funny day today of me recognizing names that are similar-ish. Most of them seem pretty similar here, but if you want to change it and you can't figure out how to change it, like I couldn't figure out how to change it, there is a link for y'all. You can go there, and that's a really easy way to do it. Somebody already took M3DM, so now I am Miss M3DM in my own channel, in my own stream. The audacity. It is what it is. So yeah, I didn't stream last Thursday and Friday. For one day I was like, oh, I'll take a day off. And the other day was like mundane reasons. I was like, I need to go to the bank and stuff. So it's really boring. But I did finish the Centaur Artificer. You guys saw her in human form, but not in horse form. So she turned out really awesome. I just adore this character and how her armor turned out. So yes. But yeah, welcome in everyone. I'm going to kind of wait a couple minutes here, let everyone kind of filter in, and then we will begin. You know what, while we're waiting, I'm going to get a poll open for what I'm going to sculpt today, because I have a new lineup of models for this week. What to sculpt. And then again, all of these are going to get sculpted at some point, so you don't have to worry about, oh no, picking my favorite, because again, we're just picking the order in which they're going to get done. So it's going to be a Secretary Birdfolk Ranger, a Fire Elemental Fox, and then Black Cat from Liza P. We did the Red Fox already. It's not literally a black cat, it's just like an inspired character from Liza P. So I guess those are the poll options today. Go ahead and vote, and be ready. I'm going to be chronically putting on chapstick because my entire bottom lip is like cracked and angry, and I don't know why, because I drink water all the time. So if you see me doing this constantly, that's why. Ouch. It looks normal on camera, which is great, but like in real life, it's all cracked. I don't know why it looks so normal on camera. Whatever. Yeah, Dr. Wildfire says, hope you had a wonderful weekend. I did. It'd be more fun if I could have joined you for D&D, but it was still really fun. Yeah. Hello, welcome back, Mia. Thank you. It was a nice 4-day weekend. I got a ton of stuff done. And by that, I mean, it was just like a lot of yard work and a lot of mundane chores, but it was fun and restful. And then when we weren't doing that, Ricky and I downloaded Grounded, and we've been playing that co-op, which is actually really fun. Pretty much you get shrunk down to like the size of an ant, and then you live in a backyard. I mean, you try to like, the whole point is you're trying to become normal human size again. But it's mostly like base building. It's almost like, I don't know, think like Minecraft, but with a plot. Okay, mix of freak has got to be Reaper then. That explains the dad yelling at the TV. Miss M3DM, Eloa and I have a little something to show you and the tavern a bit later today. Sounds fantastic. Are you not Reaper? Mix of freak, who are you? I don't know who you are. We've never had someone with that name before. D&D was a small group. Oh yeah, it was just the three of you guys this time, huh? It was Aubrey and Otaka. Card work sounds nice. You know, it was, but you know, it's just very hot. So, yeah, it was fine. It's Micah. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sounds good. Did I see Grounded too? Yes, I did. No, I am Micah, Blue Jester. No clue why it switched. Yeah, you gotta change your handle. Again, it's being silly. Eldry and Signatori were unsupervised. Oh, goodness. Sounds like a good time. That group has been so much fun. You would think that we all knew each other like beforehand, like well. I'm surprised how well this group of strangers is just getting along. That's hysterical. Well, very good. Well, good. I'm excited to see. So I get to see the commission that, or the first, you know, I mean, it's a commission, but it's more like a collaboration, creative collaboration between Micah and Eloa. I'm very excited to see that. Beautiful. All right, I think everyone is here. We are having a good time. It is time to look at the week 2 submissions for the Summer Art Fest. First, let me change my music here. It's a little bit of a bummer. Let's be more fun. There we go. All right. And like my music, obviously it's different than the tavern you guys are listening to. I think I'd go insane if I had to listen to that and work every day like you guys do. Sorry. Okay. We are moving. Okay, if you want to fix your handle, I'm going to keep dropping this link all day because I know no one's going to figure it out. Go there. Fix. That should fix it. It takes a little bit. All right. Hello. Welcome in. My name is Mia and I am M3DM. It's my husband and I really, but it stands for Mia's 3D Models. We make 3D printable models for a living. So here's what I made last week and finished up, the Centaur Artificer. And that's what I do every day on stream. It's pretty awesome. Everything I create is a request from Patreon. So thank you all the patrons for making this possible. And then we have a really fantastic Discord community as well, which you're welcome to join. If you want an invite and you're not already here, ask and we'll give you an invite. But I'll be hanging out in the live stream hub today. So if you have memes, questions, jokes, goodness, put them here. Now, underneath it is the cool stuff here. This is the M3DM Summer Art Fest. We've done 2 weeks of it now. And essentially each week, I randomly spin some prompts and then you just make art from it. Simple as that. When you submit, just put it in this channel right here and ping Eloa. So that's at Eloa. It's just been super fun. We've done it for 2 weeks now, and I've been super impressed with the level of skill and the variety of mediums. Because again, it's not restricted to anything. Just literally take one of the prompts or combine prompts and just make something. That's the whole point. So yes. Let's go ahead and check it out. This is a summary of week 2. All right, here we go. Yes. And this is all put together by Eloa. Thank you so much. This is fantastic. If it's flowery and cute in their stitch, Eloa probably did it. All right, the second week at Summer Art Fest is complete. Thank you for all your lovely submissions and participating in this event. It was really lovely seeing all of your guys, your ideas develop over the week in such a wide range of mediums. These prompts were masked, multi-headed, and warden. Let's see. All right. Again, Paint had a fantastic stat block here for It Who Guards Truth. Very, very cool. Man, you guys have to read this. You have to see more about this. So again, it looks like Eloa has transcribed this a little easier to see. Very, very cool. Great deep dive into all the themes provided. Epic. Pheasant Monkey had another gorgeous map. Oh, the Tomb of Many Masked Faces. Gorgeous. Yeah, another beautiful map from Monkey. Awesome. The resident D&D map maker. They also do tokens, models. Oh, they're so talented. And here's Dr. Wildfire. So this is a lot of fun because Dr. Wildfire actually kept posting updates on their project so we could see it come together, which is arguably more fun. You guys are all welcome to do that. So start with some ideas of some masks, and then this was the final product. And I think, yeah, she said, this started out as let me paint something creepy and dark, and it ended up, this is totally freaking adorable, and I'm 100% okay with that. And so are we. This is great. So there's the warden, looks like, with all of their masks. Cool. It's a Ray had a gorgeous digital painting to share. I always read It's a Ray like, it's a Mario. But anyway, stunning piece by Ray this week. Gorgeous. And it's cool to see something different from Ray because we're used to seeing them more as a 3D artist. Oh, look, me. Yeah, I had a hard time this week. I kind of ran out of time to make something. And so I'm like, oh, I'll just sketch a little mask. And I really had to put money where my mouth is. How do I not know that saying right now? I had to do the thing that I tell you guys to do, which is just make something. And it was actually really hard for me. I was surprised. Submitting something that I don't feel like super proud of. So, yeah, I say that a lot. And no, it is really hard. I had a little more appreciation for it. Yeah, I said this felt too embarrassing to share, so that's why I knew I had to share it. And it's fine, okay? It's cute. I had a good time. Oh yeah, great job, madame. Thank you. I appreciate it. But even more impressive is the bonk that Mia gave to her pride in order to share this. It's true. So you guys can do it too. And I will say it was hysterical to watch one of my students, Rackerol, post this afterwards because I was like, damn it, that is so cool. Which again, is great. And I'm proud to see that. Do you see how freaking cool this is? Gross. Weird. What made you think to create this? It's horrifying. I love it. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous. Eerie but fun design for a clean 3D model, beautiful presentation. Yeah. Yeah, particular shout out to the draping cloth of the spine. Nasty. Alrighty. Summer Fest week 2 wrap up. Thank you for everyone for submissions and support of each other in the Discord. It's really been awesome to see everyone's take on these prompts. And despite having a shorter week the Tabber was streamed, we still had quite a few submissions, which is great. All about healthy art and creation. And here's Pixel. I'm not going to forget this week. Also, rest in peace, Pixel. They did, in fact, forget. Hopefully this week Pixel will remember and be able to participate in week 3. Over to you, me, and wrap up this week of Summer Art Fest. Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Eloa. And let's go ahead and get our new prompts going. We're going to spin it 4 times. Speaking of Eloa, do we want 4 prompts or are we just picking our favorite 3? We should just do 4 prompts. Let's just do 4. Wouldn't that be fun? All right. Are you ready for our new prompts for Summer Art Fest? And if you still don't know how this works, literally I just pick cool words every week and then you make art from it. That's it. That's the Summer Art Fest. It's a great time. Ooh, spectral. All right. Okay. I like it. 4 prompts. Let's go. There's prompt number 1. Spectral. Again. Making notes of these, even though I know Eloa is also writing them down. All the note taking. Next one is Necromancer. Oh, this week's gonna be great. And I'm so glad because I have more time this week. I'm gonna overcommit and be like, I'll make a whole character. With what time? I don't know. I get so excited about these prompts. Ooh, one of them says MSP pick. Eldritch. Okay, we have Spectral, Necromancer, and Eldritch. Are you kidding? This is very Eloa inspired. All of these are spoopy. Eloa's gonna go insane. Also, Eloa, you can submit stuff to the Art Fest too, even though you're running it. It's gonna be hollow or overgrown? Yes, overgrown. Excellent. All right, we have Spectral, Necromancer, Eldritch, and Overgrown. Y'all go crazy. This is outrageous. Just Lingual, you did post. Just later. Okay, Just Lingual, there's his multi-headed. Horrifying. I love it. Good, 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 good. Oh, that's to go with the drawing. That's right. Very cool. All right, well, those are, again, the 4 prompts. Again, that is Spectral, Necromancer, Eldritch, and Overgrown. And then Eloa is going to put their gorgeous little PDF summary that I just went through in the Discord for you guys to look at any time. Yeah, the theme creates itself. Isn't that just fantastic? I love that. I like it. I like it. Hey, Steamworks is here. Hello, welcome in. Wolf Walrus, which I'm pretty sure is actually Bunny. Love that the handles are different. This is so fun. Yeah, Dr. Wildfire says, I love these. These are my vibes. Right? Oh my gosh. I mean, okay, so Dr. Wildfire is running a D&D 5e like rule set campaign, but it's literally Eldritch Horror. What is it? Richten Horror Steinbeck? Can't remember the name. Really, really cool though. And this describes our campaign kind of to a T. Thank you, Eloa. There is that summary. Yay! Fantastic week. Again, thank you guys so much for being creative, and you too can be brave and submit art that you're not proud of, because I did it finally. And I was like, oh, that was difficult and painful. Do the thing. You got it. Yeah, Wolf Bunny is like, it's showing my channel name, not my handle. Yep, here, I'm in for the rescue. There's that link. I'm posting this just like a million times today. Again, go to that link I keep posting and you can fix the nonsense. Awesome. And then Micah says, I already have something possible in mind for these two because I already have a Lich Hobgoblin, Spectral, Magic Eating, Insects, and Eldritch could go over Fae or Lovecraftian. Wow, that all fits. That's incredible. I love it. I love it. All right, well, that is the kickoff for the week. Again, if you have any questions about Summer Art Fest, let me know. Again, it's pretty straightforward. We got 4 prompts. Go make some art. You can combine prompts. You can just pick one. It doesn't matter. And art can be anything. You can write a song. I can always say yodel because I think it's funny. You can draw, knit. I don't care. Finger painting. Just make something. You could even I don't know, organize a garden in a special way. I mean, literally whatever you want. It's just about creating and, yeah, just making something. It's gonna be great. And then when you have something, just make sure you put it in our Discord under M3DM Summer Art Fest and ping Eloa. All right, that's a wrap. So did you guys have a good weekend? How are all of y'all doing? I know it's hot pretty much everywhere, so hope you guys are keeping cool and having a good time. Dr. Wildfire has to go back to work. Thank you for tuning in, getting to see your art shown off. Yeah, I will have a great stream. You have a great day. I almost said have a great stream. All right, go ahead and vote in that poll at the top, though. Oh, everyone's voted pretty much. Yeah, we have we have over 20 viewers. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. We have, most of y'all have already voted. Looks like Fire Elemental Fox is in the lead for what to sculpt today. And again, if you guys are lost on what it is, go up here, top of the chat. That is how you vote. Oh yeah, Wildfire says, I wanted to ask if it's okay to submit a painted mini designed by someone else, but painted by me. Yeah, of course. Of course, of course. That is art. Rat Girl also spent the weekend painting. I love it. Steamworks says it is hot and I'm welding. Rip, I'm so sorry. That sounds terrible. It looks like Fox is going to win. Oh, also, if you have voted, also please like the stream. It makes a huge difference. Very appreciated. And just as I said that, Mike had put a little like the stream in the chat. Same brain cell. Amazing, amazing. I'm going to wait another minute here or so, and then we're going to move out of Doors Open into the Tavern Keeper's Craft. And yeah, whatever wins the poll today, that's when we sculpt on stream. And they'll want references and all kinds of cool stuff. I can't wait to search references for Fire Elemental Fox and get the logo of Firefox over and over and over again. Oh yeah, and whenever Micah and Eloa want to share their little special thing, let me know. I don't know when fits in best for that. But I have this open right here in case you DM me. I will see it for the next few minutes. Also a reminder to my students that we're having a normal happy hour today, which means that is for you. All my mentorship students, ask questions, submit your work for me to review. Rat Girl's already asked me to demo how to sculpt ooze in slime, which I love doing. If you have a version of ZBrush past 2022, you already have the fancy slime ooze brush. But if you're like me and Rat Girl and back 3 years ago, you have to sculpt it from scratch like a peasant, and I will show you how. Sweet, looks like Eloa's already put the prompts up. Again, that is Spectral, Necromancer, Eldritch, and Overgrown. Amazing. Yeah, pick one or merge all 4 together, merge 2, pick 3, I don't care. Just go make some art. Awesome, we got some more votes in and more people like the stream too. Thank you guys. Let's go ahead and get going. Taka, you absolutely can. So Taka said, can I send a D&D reference pic? Not as a real submission because it's AI art, only because it really fits and it'll be moving this week. Yeah, no. Please do. So Taka, it can be a real submission still, even if it's AI art, because you created a whole D&D character about it. So to make it a real submission, just also share your character sheet and this little bits about your character and how it fits the prompt, and that will absolutely count. Amazing. All right, looks like Eloa DM'd me. I'm sure this is about their special surprise. I don't know anything about this. I just know there's a surprise, and I'm excited to see it. Yes. Okay. Yeah. We're going to see some Eloa art, their first commission, before we move on. Let's go check it out. I was just checking my phone first in case it was super secret, but this has got to be the surprise. All right. Eloa says, my first commission and first time ever being paid to do art. The prompt was basically for a parasite monster. Also, can we just take a moment to little applause for Eloa? This is a big deal. So Eloa found me on stream about 6-7 months ago. Last year, very end of last year. And they'd already had a background in art and whatnot, but since being here, they've grown so much and more confident. And the fact this is their first commission ever is a huge deal. I'm so glad you're working with Micah because they are a delight. Could not ask for a better pairing. Very proud of you, Eloa. Without further ado, let's see these. Oh, nasty. Cool. Cool. That's horrifying. Wow. In more context, we upgraded this from a single mini to a large 50mm base that can hold a regular miniature on top to really nail down the parasitic elements. Oh, and it's fully colored. Horrifying. Awesome. Like all the mouths in it. These renders are so fun. Look at the arms like grabbing upwards. Yeah, this screams Eloa. Ew, the whispering dark. Oh, this is so fun. Awesome. Oh, I'm so proud of you. This is awesome. Also, this really fits this week's prompts, like all of them, which again is Spectral, Necromancer, Eldritch, and Overgrown. What a happy coincidence. I love all the embedded eyes and just gross. Good work. I'm very proud of you. What a nice little surprise. Kick us off. Yeah, Rat Girl's cheering you on. Seriously, this is great. Good work. Good work. Yeah, Rat Girl mentions, I like the gameplay implications of the nested bases. Yeah, this is awesome. I like that they're all spoiler tags too, because it just makes it epic. Congratulations having your very first paid commission. Your art is definitely not just good enough, but you are a delight to work with. So this makes me very happy to see other people being able to work with Eloa. Speaking of, they are very hireable. Eloa, please plug your Ko-Fi in the chat, please. Took me 6 days, with 2 days being mostly rest, and that's a huge improvement. Yeah, that's insane. That's a huge, step up. And then Ray's here. It is insanely cool. It really is. Awesome, awesome. That's so cool. What a great start to the stream. Okay. I think everyone has voted, and we are ready to move on to Tavern Keeper's Craft. So let's get cooking. All right, I'm going to end that poll right now. We're starting off with a Fire Elemental Fox. All right, ended the poll, but didn't post the results. It just like closed it out. That's not very sexy. Oh, there it goes. It worked. Nice. All right. Okay. Welcome to the Tavern Keeper's Craft. This is where I take a Patreon request and bring it to life. So today's Patreon request is from Brady, I think. All 3 people have supported me for the better part of the last year. So thank you to all of them, of course, but I'd like to actually say a name. 1 second. Here's the request board. All right. Yeah, this is from Brady. Thank you so much for supporting my art and asking for something super cool. We're going to get to Lel J's and Kev's requests later this week. But this means that we're sculpting a fire fox. So I'm going to show you the entire sculpting process from start to finish. And I'm probably going to pose it on stream as well. You're going to see an entire finished model today. Very exciting. Let me go ahead and clear this out to just a basic sphere. There we go. And step 1 to any good sculpt or any good piece of art is collecting references. So let's get to it. And like always, if you guys need me, feel free to ping me in the chat. Again, it's at Miss M3DM as of today. Oh, good. Yeah, and Micah said, Eloa did an absolutely fantastic job. I love how it turned out. As long as you're still available, I'll be commissioning at least 13 different characters and 12 more terrors, each in a different subgenre. Damn, that sounds like a part-time job at that point. I love that. That's fantastic. Ah, that makes me so happy. Good. You could not find a better pick than Eloa, truly. All right, we're going to find Firefox references. I'm going to make my little face small. And you guys are welcome to be part of this creative process. You can put references of fire, of fox, of the two. There we go. I knew this was going to happen, all the logos. Anyway, right here. That's where I'll be sharing mine as well. So first off, when we're making a creature, we really just want normal pictures of the animal. Ooh, that would be a great pose idea. These are all nice. So what I do is I simply just click on stuff and then Command-Shift-4 to grab a screenshot. Really nice and simple. There we go. Already getting some references in. Thank you, Bunny. That's a pretty good side reference there. Proportions. I'm gonna go ahead. You know, this is even better because having the limbs stacked over themselves went really nice and simple. Foxes are kind of sensitive and goofy looking, not gonna lie. We'll be taking some creative liberties here for sure. I mean, they're adorable, don't get me wrong, but they've got some sensitive proportions. You know, prior to living in Tennessee, I don't think I'd ever seen like a wild fox before, but now I see wild critters all the time. The amount of possums we have out here is insane. That's a sweet picture. Not a bad day at all at the office. Just think, I was also waiting for the logos, right? Right, I think I just grabbed that exact same reference too. I love it. These are fun. You don't have to use Pinterest. You can use ArtStation or just Google Images. I've been using Pinterest recently because it tends to be more SFW. I don't know what I'm going to find with Google Images sometimes. Ooh, that's pretty. Oh, and also, let me give you guys the actual request before I forget. My bad. Again, this is from Brady. Ignore that's Happy New Year. I'm totally on time. I would love a small fire elemental in the image of a fox. I envision it standing on its hind legs with a fiery tail behind it. It's for my Circle of the Wildfire Druid and represents his long-lost fox friend reincarnated as elemental to help protect him. So instead of taking fire and shaping it into the shape of a fox, I'm going to make a fox and put fire on it. And that's just for better readability. Otherwise, the face is going to be like a nightmare. All right, so there is our Firefox request. Just so you guys can read the specific details. And we'll be spending most of our time on the stream today getting this fox body correct, and then I'll show you guys how to sculpt fire. It's going to be more of a semi-realistic style. We're not going to be going, like, it's not going to be cartoonish like this, though I do really enjoy that as well. I'm mostly taking notes on the similarities and how other artists are placing fire. So they're really kind of, obviously the tail is a really easy element there, but we're also going to be adding strands of fire around the neck, kind of like a mane. I'm seeing that's a very successful interpretation on a lot of these. This one especially exaggerates the tail a lot. I like that. Almost kind of like a nine tails effect. Okay. All right, I'm happy with the references that I have grabbed. I'm going to share the ones I grabbed in here. And you're welcome to keep putting in references as I sculpt or ask questions, really whatever. As long as it's somewhat on topic, which is pretty easy to do with art, it is welcome. Rat Girl has described a fox perfectly. She says, kind of a cat, kind of a dog, kind of a cutie. Yeah, that's spot on. All right, so one of my favorite artists, Rowena Frenzel, has a like barn animal pack, some wild, some not, and I have a little fox already there. Oh, I've sculpted a fox already. Duh, I've sculpted a lot of foxes actually. We're gonna do a quick detour here for me to show you guys this clockwork fox that I sculpted. Isn't that cute? Can set up my scene as I go here too. If you're wondering what just happened, essentially I have a macro that does my lighting for me because I'm tired of redoing the same things every stream. So this makes it a little bit easier. I have to do my lights still, other than that. Saves me a lot of time, looks much better than the default viewport. But yeah, this is part of my steampunk collection. Forgot about this cutie. All right, let's see if I have a fox mesh that I saved. I'm not certain. If not, I can create it from the same mesh I used before. Yeah, this is the Fox base mesh that I used, this one, to create this model here. It just takes me a little bit of time in terms of like early proportions and stuff. But if it's helpful for you guys, I can sculpt the whole thing from scratch. It's really not gonna take me any more time. I'm putting that in the chat right now, not as a poll, just like as a discussion. I said any preference if I start from a sphere or this base mesh. And this is the base mesh I would use. This is the base mesh that I use to create this. Again, I don't really care, but I realize that for some of y'all, it's been really, or for a lot of y'all, it's been more interesting or maybe entertaining or helpful to watch me sculpt from a literal sphere. I don't mean to undersell it or anything. To me, it feels like the same amount of work. So if you guys have a strong preference, let me know. Right, votes for the base mesh. Cool. We got 1 vote for sphere. Hey, Vinay, you're back. Rack Girl says, I'd like to see you pose a base mesh. Yeah, I'll be posing it either way. Just Single says, Mia, I like when the fire isn't on the back unless just aligned with the spine. Choosing the tail, mane, ears, etc. has a clear silhouette where on the back and middle muddles the silhouette. I could see that. I could see that when it goes all the way down. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Some good comments here. All right. I'm surprised you guys weren't just like immediately like, oh my god, I must like sphere. Okay, cool. Base mesh it is. Because again, that's how I made this cutie here. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and, so if you want to load in a base mesh, here is how you do it. Go to Tool, Import, find your base mesh. I know mine is named Fox, so all you have to do is just type in Fox and I will find it right here. Oh, here we go, Fox 1 Mia Edit. Cool, so I have one that I've already modified. Click on Open. Sweet. So in case you're curious, I will go ahead and import the base Fox from Rowena, and then the one that I have already modified a little bit. And you can kind of see the changes that I did and why I prioritize them in that way. So again, on top is the one from Rowena, and the one on the bottom is the one that I've edited a little bit. Hers is more anatomically accurate, and mine is bringing in some elements of stylization. So you'll notice that hers looks even a bit more like, not fox, but dog-like, which is what foxes really do look like. But I have some like these softer, cuter curves and this really dramatic belly. And she has the tail completely straight because it's a little easier to pose that way. But I like having a bit of the fluff. So there you go. You can kind of get an idea of the types of edits that I do right out of the box. I'm going to go ahead and keep Rowena's on here. And I'll go ahead and copy and paste the name of this artist in the chat in case you want to check her out because she's, oh, that's the wrong thing. That's how you change your handle. Rowena Frenzel. There you go. Because it can be a kind of a fun thing to reference as we work here. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and load in a base first thing as well. It'll help kind of set the scene. And of course it has to have some sort of fire elements because we are making a fire elemental fox. I'm just gonna search fire on my computer and I should have a fire base of some sort. No? That surprises me. If I type in elemental. If I could spell elemental, I guess not. That's fine. Here we go. Bunny says, my tablet wasn't working. Did this with the mouse. Just an idea for the composition. It looked just a little like fire from the back, but turn it around and it's a fox tail. Oh, I see. Phoenix vibes. You know, that's actually very similar to what the requester was wanting anyhow, which is great. They said staying on its hind legs with a fiery tail behind it. But again, it is a reincarnation too, so bringing in some phoenix-like vibes would fit quite beautifully. We're going to sculpt a new custom base for this. So I'm just importing the undetailed. Boop. I am in a different, there we go, chat. There we go. Here's just a simple base. And we'll start getting some colors in here as well. All right, what does a fox look like? When you're coloring a model, it's very important that you don't go in these really deep saturated colors here, like this neon. You can. It just makes it very difficult to work with the colors. Trust me, you want to hang out more in this desaturated area. All right, let's get some colors in. I'm gonna go more on the reddish side, especially because it's literally fire and because it's just a personal preference, honestly. I'm gonna change my paintbrush to dots to drag rectangle, which will allow me to put in these really nice gradients easily. See my click and drag? It now has that gradient on here. Okay, Excellent. And then some darker colors. It happens pretty quickly, so if there's anything I'm doing and you're like, wait, what just happened? Please ask, because I have no problem repeating what I'm doing. If I didn't want to show you guys cool stuff and explain it, why would I stream? You know? Because I know some of y'all are shy about asking questions. All right, I didn't grab enough references for the whole fox, so thank you guys for doing that. Already helpful. I feel like I remember a foxtail having a certain amount of color on the end of it, like right here. I guess not. I guess I don't. That was just in my head. And this is why we use references. Oh, Mini Mimics is back. Oh, good. I was actually going to message you and check on you because it's unlike you to be so quiet for so long. Yeah, you were sick? Hope you're feeling better. Rat Girl says, what's the thought behind doing poly painting to start? It makes me happy, and it makes the stream a little more fun to look at, but mostly it just makes me happy. That's it. Technically, I don't need to 3D print. I don't need to poly paint ever, because I design for 3D printing, so there's almost no point. It's just for me, because I think it's fun. All right, why is this paintbrush being so weak? It also takes like no time. That's a big consideration for me too. All right, we have this base. I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate the base to create this top layer here. Again, this is all designed for a 28mm scale. And we're gonna go probably a fire base might be a little redundant. I can do like cracked rocks. I could also do like a charred forest, could be really interesting. Thinking about it. Just Lingual said, I had to repress a ton of puns. Today is a day of self-control. Repressing puns in my chat? Pfft, unbelievable. Say whatever you want. Taylor's here, welcome in. All right, here is a good little checkpoint. Whenever I have a nice little checkpoint, I like to just throw it at the top here and hold down Shift S so we can kind of reference, you can see it, you know, develop in front of your very eyes. Now that we have all of this here, I'm gonna start thinking about what meshes I want to keep and get rid of. I really don't need these top shoulder bones and stuff and the pelvis. I like to construct it with it in case I forget about it, but it's just more of a reference point. I'm gonna double check the bones and the hocks and stuff because I think they're a little weirdly high. Yes, they are. So I'm simplifying the mesh a little bit, and now I'm using Move Topological to move these bones down a touch. Again, generally speaking, the like elbow, see this? And the knee, they're gonna be like on the same level. Because, I don't know, biomechanics, it's just how they move. Their backs are actually quite straight. I'm gonna bring more of this fluff down. I'm really just picking a nice silhouette. That's all I'm looking at right now. To add some more volume, we use Move and Backface Mask, and we're gonna start connecting some of these forms here. And again, we're gonna finish this entire model on stream today, is the current plan. So especially if you have any questions, let me know. There's the potential to learn a lot today. There we go. Speaking of, I'm gonna start structuring my time a little better. What am I even doing right now? I am refining the base mesh, very cool. Let me give myself, I'm gonna break things down like 15-minute chunks and see if I can accomplish little things at a time. It's not about rushing yourself. It's just about seeing if you have a goal and then descending upon that goal. Like, okay, I'm gonna detail the face right now. So I got 15 minutes and then I'll see how far I get in that 15 minutes and I'll kind of see what that felt like. If it felt like a big rushed mess, maybe I'll restart. Only you can prevent forest firefoxes. Gorgeous. All right, so we're gonna start detailing this face. I'm gonna turn off perspective. I'll be going back and forth between perspective and without. At least one of you guys don't know what perspective is. When I turn on perspective, all that means is the pieces of the mesh that are closest to the camera will appear bigger. Because like, for example, my hand looks small here. as I get closer to the camera, my hand gets larger, right? So turning off perspective just means that regardless of how close it is to the camera, it's the same size. There's no like lens distortion. And it's nice to toggle that on and off. Why? It just gives you kind of like a fresh look. When I'm hard surface modeling, I almost exclusively sculpt with or model without perspective. So I want to focus on just the head here. I'm going to go ahead and make that a different subtool just so I have a little bit more control. Especially if I'm going to want to add more resolution to the head than to the rest of the body, most likely. So here's the head. You can see this is how I have it in polygroups. The ears are separate from like the chin. And then he's missing eyeballs currently. This is a pretty good starting base shape. I'm now going to look at my reference a little more carefully and add some eyeballs. That's really what we need next here. Let's find a reference in the chat I can have up so you guys can kind of see how I'm going to do this. There we go. I'm pretty happy with how the front of it looks, so I'm going to check the 3/4 view, and I can see from here that I have a couple anatomical issues. Essentially, I have the ears lower on the head, almost more like a dog. I mean, dogs are so different. Anyway, these are supposed to be higher on the head, and they have a bit more of a rounded shape than I expected. And we're not sculpting a photorealistic. Hey, new sub, thank you. A photorealistic fox by any means. But I just want to make sure I'm really explaining my entire process because quite a few of my students are moving into project work right now, and they just feel stuck. They're like, how do you even know what to do next? So because I've been doing this for years, I want to see if I can clarify that as much as possible so then you can implement that in your workflow. All right, that looks good. I'm measuring things like in terms of the eyes. I'm looking at the shape of the eye here. Like I can take my thumb and stick it on my screen, literally. I'm gonna show you guys this because it's silly, but it works. Take my finger and I can go, there's the eyeball, 1, 2, 3. So this is about a 3 eyeball length snoot. It sounds silly, but like it really works. So here's that right here, 1, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's about spot on. Though it's a little long, which I don't mind. Already the ear adjustments, they're so gigantic, but I am quite happy with it. Can I get a reference of the fox from the front? Oh, Eloa says super EP from so much creative stuff, resting whilst watching the stream. Very good. Yeah, kick back. Ooh, Bunny's gonna disappear for a bit and then try to be creative. I like it. All right, I didn't grab a reference that I really need, which is just a fox face from the front. So let me run over to Pinterest. You know what? Let's do fox head front view. Just Google images. I can get some photos here. There we go. That's a fantastic reference. But this one's a little more elegant. Again, not all animals are the same. I don't even mean like, I mean just like animal to animal. Some are prettier, more elegant than others. This one's gorgeous. That's about more so what I'm looking for. Excellent. This is going to be a somewhat trickier reference to work from because the nose is pointed down. So the head is not level. You know what I'm saying? It's pointed down a little bit. So if I compare it here, it's going to look silly. So I'm going to rotate that camera down just a little bit and now do some comparisons. This is really, really important that you understand what is happening in your references. These are so much rounder than I would expect. So right now I'm just playing a big game of spot the difference. This funny little mouth shape I have is actually more accurate than I expected. I'm going to bring this shape down right here. Oh, and bring up the YouTube chat so I can still talk to you guys. And now again, I'm looking at this eye here and the reference point. So I tend to make the distance from the bottom of the ear to the eye much too long. But I did a pretty good job here of having it on like higher up. I'm happy with that. And notice that I'm extremely low poly. I could be even lower than this. If you are an artist, if you're ever struggling with shapes, I can pretty much guarantee that you are working too high poly. I'm using my damp sander brush to kind of carve out these shapes a little bit more. ahead and straighten that. And let's look at this fox head from the side view. Hey, Satyrs here. Hello, hello. There we go. So I can kind of see what that fall off looks like. They really do have a big little brow, don't they? And the ear is farther back. And again, we're just about done here. I'm not looking for exact accuracy, but I do care and I want to be as good as possible. Well, shoot, that's pretty good. Okay, nice. Because I made some edits to the head here that I really like, I'm gonna go ahead and merge this down, including the poly paint, and then I'll replace that base mesh I originally had. So that's kind of how my work slowly levels up over time. I'm gonna go ahead and just put this here because I can't remember where I saved that. And that will replace my base mesh. So the next time I make a fox, there you go. I have this to work from now. If you guys have any questions, make sure that you tag me. Otherwise, I'm not going to see it. Or you can just post it in the channel right here in Discord. Then I'll see it as well. All right, let's go ahead and get some eyeballs finally. I might straight up sculpt like eyelashes on this because foxes just have that beautiful, you know, fox eye shape. I'm gonna click on the IMM primitive brush, select the spheres on the left here because it's high resolution, and just click and drag. Split mask points, grab my 3D gizmo and kind of nudge it into place. Again, a lot of this is being done very quickly. So if you're watching and you're like, what the heck? I can't do that. Ask. Or play it again, but slower. I'm gonna subdivide the head a couple times here. Oh, it looks so cute and so derpy right now. Just trust the process. Or don't. You can just come back in an hour and be like, oh, wow, it did come together. I'm gonna deepen this little orbital socket a little bit more, and then I'm gonna use my sanded brush, or clay, either is fine, to kind of build up the bone structure right here. It's gonna be a pretty prominent cheekbone and brow ridge. Same with the nose. I'll use Damn Standard to kind of strike out this little nose shape here. And then there'll be a little line in the center. There we go. So I'm slowly adding in these secondary forms. And that's just what it sounds like, secondary, oh, ZBrush crash, sad. Secondary, primary, tertiary. It just literally different levels of detail is kind of the way that you can think of it. No, I'm at Miss M3DM now because YouTube is stupid and M3DM was taken apparently. All right, going with kind of like larger dramatic eyes here. And then I'm also going to create eyelids. I'll show you guys that in just a second. And like always, if you guys have any creative ideas or whatnot you want to share for like the end product, let me know. By having the eyes really big like this, it looks very baby, which is cute and I do like, but it's not quite the model we're making today. All right, let's go ahead and make some eyelids sooner than later, just so it's a little easier for me. So I'm gonna hold Command-Shift-D to make this eyeball a thing, and then use the mask lasso brush to split it pretty much right in half. I'm gonna polygroup that and split these into an upper and lower eyelid. Just kind of get a nice simple shape. Ooh, like fire eyes glowing in the dark. That's kind of, I think that's what you're gonna recommend here, Paint. All right, now that I have these little temporary eyelids, I can start moving them around to have a little bit more control over the face and the expression, which this looks hysterical. Firefox is not impressed. I've been using this to kind of start shaping that dramatic eyeliner-like shape. You can see some of the stylization choices that I'm making here. You pretty much are never going to just insert a sphere and call it done. Just keep that as a general rule of thumb when you're sculpting. Hey, Porch is here. Love how nonchalant the cross reactions are. Yeah, at some point they happen enough. I'm just like, oh well, next. I used to throw more of a fit, and then I started streaming every day, and that kind of like neutralized my reaction to that. Snyder says, miss M3DM. Well, this is going to be annoying to tag, but anyway, you're it. Why? Because it's still an M. Doesn't really change anything for you guys. It's just at M still. So I'm looking at more commonalities between these three references. Your ears are so fluffy. I might make a separate subtool entirely just for ear fluff. It's that kind of model. The bridge of their nose is actually quite straight, but I like more of this sloped look, so that's what I'm going to do. I think a lot of people get caught up with trying to be as accurate as possible, and sometimes I think when I'm talking about like all my thoughts behind them, like, oh, like there's like a cheekbone here and whatnot, I'm just giving you guys like general guidelines of things you can think about and check when you're working, but you know, perfection is the enemy of progress. You know what I mean? So just don't get too stuck, okay? It is starting to look much nicer and a lot more personality, that's for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate these ears and duplicate the entire head, no matter. And start creating this ear fluff, which I think is gonna be more integral to this mesh than I expected. So I just duplicated the ears. I'm gonna inset these and then start creating this texture here. Why is it a separate mesh? It just makes it a little easier for me to control. When in doubt, just make a new subtool. All right, there really is quite a bit of fluff on both sides. So what I'll do is exactly that. I'll kind of stretch it over, and I'm gonna delete this center section here. I did that just by polygrouping it. Oh, are you gonna fight me? I don't recommend it. There we go. It's just by polygrouping that center section and then deleting it. It is floofing time. I definitely like a little bit of color contrast for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and ZBrush, so just clean up the shape a touch. Pretty much, I never use ZBrush unless I have half enabled. That's just like a general rule of thumb. Again, it depends on what you're using it for. But if you're using ZBrush to increase your poly count, that's odd. Make sure that's really what you want. Add a little bit more depth to the ears here. Yeah, I ended up not deleting that mesh on the inside as much as I expected to. Let's do that again. There we go. All right, took a little bit of finagling, but we have a little floof ring here. All right, so to create a little bit of floof, I'm just gonna subdivide this a few times by holding Command D and using my move brush and holding down Option to add a little bit of texture here. I might want to enable backface mask just so I don't rip through the other side of the mesh on accident, but it will make it a little more difficult to use my move brush. So I will just use it, but carefully. How's that? I'm gonna fluff up both layers here. And then don't forget, we're also gonna cover a lot of this fox with fire. There's a lot to be done. I'm adjusting the eye shape here. I'm just gonna start adding more details. It really just a game of spot the difference. I just look at references that I have and I'm like, what do I not have on my fox? Really gonna use these eyelids to pretty much become giant eyelashes on the top and the bottom. Oh, I don't like that that's tearing so much. Can you just give me enough resolution, please? Without making me remesh you, because I don't want to. Eloa mentioned this is a really nice strain for students looking to create a more simple looking creature but don't want to go chibi. Exactly, and this tends, I mean, you kind of have to do this step before you go hyper realistic anyway. Obviously I'm going very stylized with the eyes, but you get my point. Yeah, how to build up references and construct their shapes. You got it. And notice that I'm not spending too much time in any one place. I'll start working on the nose and I'll go back to the eye. It's just really important not to get too hung up in any one spot. I tend to add a little bit of fluff texture right around the eyes. One, because it frames them nicely, but also it's something nice to paint. So again, all this is designed to be 3D printed, and it can be kind of tricky to paint creatures sometimes, especially when there's a lot of fur. So I find adding this puffed up texture helps a lot. You'll notice that I'll do it and I'll undo it quite a few times because it's a very strong guiding line, so it's important that you know where it's going. Rack Girl says, yeah, it's be nice to see at what point or poly count the different subtools that get Boolean together. Not until the very, 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 very end. Not until it has been posed and finished. I think people get in the habit of Booleaning their stuff way too early. And when you do that, you can't undo it. It's a destructive way of creating or process. And I don't mean destructive like mentally. I mean like literally, because it's an undoable operation. You're gonna wanna not do that if you can. I think it's easy to get caught up with posing, and it kind of like controls your entire model at some point, because like you want to clean up those seams so quickly, right? I used to be the same way. Like the seams would drive me crazy, but it's such a small part of the model. You just gotta ignore it and move on. Does that make sense? Because that was a great question, even though it's more like a speculation than a question, I guess, but it's a good one. The seams make my brain itch. I know. It's very common. And then you'll merge it all together and then you can't pose it. I see it all the time. I guess the best way to put it is like if it's making your brain itch, it's probably because you're in the habit of judging your work before it's finished. That's the best way I can put it. I liken it to eating a cake before it's baked. So it's just like raw eggs and flour. It's like, stop eating that. Stop it. Stop judging it's not done. All right, I'm using my trim dynamic brush to sculpt out some planes. And you're like, wow, why are you adding hard surface elements? That's because I'm not really sure how I want to add the fur detail on the forehead. So I'm simplifying this to like the simplest planes, literally, and seeing like where these shapes transition. So you got two big planes right there, and then there's another one here. But I'm being very careful not to just like flatten the whole model. You see what I mean? Like I'm like using the trim dynamic brush to like deconstruct the front of the model. Does that make sense? You can do this in low poly. Where I'm at right now, at my like skill level and my level of understanding, this is a little easier for me. I don't even mean it like it's an advanced technique. I mean that I'm not figuring it out at a low poly, so I'm experimenting with at a higher poly. Sometimes you need to see things just in a different way. And that's gonna be different for everyone. That's why like I don't have you're probably never gonna see me just release like a sculpting package that's like, oh, follow these videos to learn how to sculpt. Like I insist on my mentorship program because I have different variations of my same assignment for different types of people, like how they learn. Because what will make sense for one student will not make sense for another. And I figured that out because a couple of years ago, I had two students. One of them was objectively just like artistically gifted. Like they just like could figure things out. They could see it and like recreate it. Like those people can hear music and just like play it. I had one of those students. And weirdly, they had this concept they were just like super stuck on. And I had one of my like slower learning students or just differently learning students pick it up faster than them. And I was like, that never happens. What is going on? And that's when I realized that different concepts must be presented in unique ways. Otherwise, it's just not digestible for everyone. But that was definitely kind of surprising because I would have expected my like superstar student to be able to learn like anything. And like they, at the end, like don't get me wrong, they still had the more like impressive body of work or whatever, but it was very interesting to watch them get hung up on a seemingly simple concept. Does that make sense? And to be clear, there's nothing wrong with like those sculpting packages and like or courses. There's hundreds and hundreds of them online, but there's a reason why they sell well and there aren't tons of artists out there because it probably didn't work for that many people. Learning is hard. It is bubble fur. It's cute. Oh my goodness. Rat Girl Salmonella ain't got me yet. This is about judging your work before it's done. Stop it. Why are we criticizing my snoot? No, Satyr. I can't. No. What is this? Okay. The jaw / front of the muzzle needs to be pulled back. He's blowing kisses at the moment. Fox snoots are very pointy. Yeah, because this looks more like this. So you're upset right now because it looks like this instead of like this. So you had to comment and... No, I'm going to leave it there just because you're being annoying. It's not that I don't like feedback on my work. It's that I don't like feedback on my work. No, I'm just kidding. But like, I'm literally not working on that right now. Stop. No. Rat Girl says, my biggest weakness is if I can touch it, I can usually figure out or make something to make it work. I have good objects as manufacturing, problem solving. Digital robs me of my best skill. Oh, interesting. That's kind of why I can do better with 3D, because like I get like a tactile sense of it. That's a good point. Satyr says, I can't hear Mia talk right now, but I saw the sigh. I'm dying. Yeah, what if they want to be giving kisses? Yeah, also, like, that's what we're going to criticize, not the stylization of the face. Like, the eyeball is way too far back. And, like, just stop. There's a reason why I, like, your guys' job is to kick back, have fun, and be inspired and have a good time. It is to be creative, not criticize. And my mod knows that. I'm just giving Satyr a hard time because he can't hear me, so I can, like, go full out. I saw Reaper doing the same thing, telling me to, like, change stuff, too. Both my mods are on my ass today. Stop. It's just that kind of Monday, I guess. All right, I want to scoot this eye up a little bit. I want to make sure I'm maintaining that circle eyeball shape still. And I'm not worried about the perimeter of it being too thick because I can really easily move the fluff to make that a bit smoother. God, it looks really, really silly from the front. Jesus Christ. It's just in those early stages. Okay, I'm feeling like stuck on the face right now, actually. I'm gonna just move on. All right, we're gonna do something else because I'm kind of feeling locked up right there. So we're gonna move on to the neck and the body. And this is like the fun, easy spot for me where I can just kind of get that silhouette and like the fluffiness of it going. Cause now I actually have pressure at the face. Okay, which happens, that's normal. I'm actually gonna completely de-head it entirely because I don't want to deal with the face. Sweet, let's work on the body. All right, so the big thing here is that I don't want to have these perfectly smooth lines, almost like it's like a stuffed animal. I want it to have texture without looking like this, you know what I mean? Just by breaking up that line a little bit, you can get a lot of visual interest here. And again, I'm using the move brush and holding down Alt, or Option, that's Alt on Windows, to kind of build up this fluffed shape. There we go. Again, it's just having some sort of texture before I go in there with these tertiary shapes and getting a lot of this fine fur detail. The feet are also really cute and funny looking right now by the base blobs. I'll need to adjust these toes to be a little bit taller. And they also kind of taper towards the front. They're really cool. Foxes and wolves, dogs, they all have these kind of like, I don't know what they're called, like what kind of feet these are necessarily, other than just paws, but they're really cool shape. That's already looking a bit better. Excellent. I'm gonna go ahead and load in this fur brush I really like for adding these tertiary details. And then it's going to, I'm worrying about the fire last, because the fire is actually, even though it's a very important secondary element, it's going to be very easy to blanket on there. Off with her head. Exactly. Long bean. You guys are great. Yeah, Eloa says, I believe the technical term is long bean. And Rackgirl agrees, taxonomically. Y'all are fun. Oh, good. I'm looking up at the little mug and kind of seeing where we're at time-wise. Oh, we're doing fantastic. Because I want to finish this and one nice little session, because when it's a creature, that means I don't put it in Character Creator for posing. That means I would pose in ZBrush anyway. So if I don't have to put a day break in it, I won't. And again, I have a lot of students doing project work right now, and it'd be so cool to be able to show them how to get that done. I wonder if Matt is still lurking. I wonder what you're working on. Because I know whenever I work on finishing a model in a stream, you end up setting like little fun goals for yourself too. Also, congrats on your Kickstarter. I saw that it funded. I think we're doing an update sharing your project today. I know it's going to be sometime this week. All right. Bit of that fur blobness. That already looks way better. I'm going to subdivide it one more time. And let's see what kind of fur texture I want to add here. It's really important that you break symmetry whenever you're going over the center line. Otherwise, you get these really weird artifacts. Or it says, I'm working on a rabbit gangsta. And thank you. Have fun. You're welcome. Eloa says, Mia, if you were blindfolded and had to make a model with Ricky being your eyes give you guidance, do you think you could create something good? No, because I wouldn't be able to find any of my tools or brushes over here. If I could limit it just being like one, no, I do not think that. All right, let's see how this does. I have backface mask on, and I'm just going to be using this to kind of find some points I like. I might need, and I'm sorry, I'm like stopping a lot. I need to make the legs their own piece because when I subdivide this, my poly count is getting unnecessarily high. So let's go ahead and delete lower and delete higher. And we're going to put the legs as their own thing here. There we go. Because this is going to have very short fur on the legs, but the body I want to be a bit longer. So I need more polys for that. There we go. Now I got some more room. Again, ZBrush handles high poly count really well. I don't know. I get picky. I'm going to go a step further and actually make the chest piece its own poly group or subtool again. That's pretty even. I like that. So see how like these are that's a lot more dense right here than over here. So when I subdivide, it'll be easier to add high detail up here than down here. It's more pixelated, which is fine. I could dynamesh it if I wanted to, but instead I just made its own subtool. Poly count management is very confusing in the beginning, but I promise as you keep doing it, it makes more sense. So I'm using this fur brush, kind of drop in nice fluff. Again, taking a lot of stylistic liberties here to make it very, very fluffy. Then we're going to patch in the sides here with this singular fur chunk. I'm gonna grab a couple different fur brushes and piecemeal this together. And like I always mention, buying brushes is great, but if you don't know how to make that brush at all yourself, like if you literally just cannot sculpt fur and you try to just tack this on, it's gonna look tacked on. And again, if you're like a beginner and like a hobbyist, like you don't have to, it's not like a purity standpoint, like do whatever you want, have fun. If you want to get really good at sculpting fur though, buying a fur brush is not the way to do it. Believe me, if I could make a brush that would teach you guys how to be able to like sculpt your own fur, 1, I'd be a millionaire, and 2, I would have done it by now. It's floofing. Gandalf fucks. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. This is a great time. I think it's wild that most of my art career so far has been done in isolation. But no, seriously, like just me creating by myself. Which again was the only option early on, because I can't imagine trying to literally learn everything on stream. That would be a nightmare. But I'm really happy I'm at that point where I can share this with you guys, because it does make my work days a lot more fun. Even if I have to wrangle you guys every now and then. For the most part, y'all are pretty good and just make my day better. Oh no, it's got a little destroyed right here. So that probably happened because I had a brush overlap with it. So I'm just gonna smooth this section out and use Trim Dynamic. There we go. Just kind of soften that up, and then I will manually reconstruct that. And that's the beauty again of using a fur brush. Like, it's not the end of the world if some things get a little chewed up, and that's exactly why I don't just sculpt this all by hand, because it would be very sad if I couldn't fix that easily. All right, now there's a couple areas that aren't blending as well as I want them to. And that's why it's awesome being able to, knowing how these shapes work and how to sculpt them yourself. So I'm gonna come through here with my standard brush. I'm also gonna delete any of these weird little artifacts I have. There we go. And build up some like main fur chunks. Like for example, right here is looking a little under detailed. So I'll come through with my standard brush, turn on lazy radius to about 27. About exact number, which is around 30. And that's just a personal preference. And I'm gonna start building up this form here. I could probably stand to do one more subdivision level, yeah. And I'm just identifying little fur chunks. If you guys don't know what I'm doing, please ask. I'm gonna try to break it down. So I saw a fur chunk right here. That's a fur chunk, so I detail it in that, within those confines. Right here is another fur chunk. And then here is like an empty area. See, this I can tell is going to, that fur chunk's gonna tuck underneath this other one, right? So I'll mask this right here. And then, I don't have to mask it. That's just like a visual representation. And I'll start creating this shape that will kind of tuck underneath. And if I want to add some finer details, I can use my standard brush. Or sorry, damn standard brush, which is literally what it's called. I'm not swearing at you. And I have a chunk right next to it that's actually close to what I want it to look like. So I can kind of use this as like a little reference to copy it almost. Again, so when you buy these awesome fur brushes and packs, they're so powerful, but you really unlock their like full potential by being able to sculpt it without the brush. But it saves you so much time. Oh my goodness, if I did all this from scratch, it would take an absolute eternity. All right, so I don't really have any fur chunk texture happening here. So I could just go through and like put texture on it, but because there's no volume on that area, it's gonna look a little weird. So what I wanna do is actually isolate this and add a fur chunk right here. So the reason why I masked it is so it wouldn't deform what's next to it. Take a shot every time I say fur chunk. Okay. I do really like sculpting fur. I find it really relaxing. You just can't get like lost in the sauce. It's so easy to overwork fur 100 times over. At some point, like this looks like nothing kind of. When I zoom out, I'm like, oh, nice. Okay, that's the shape. That's what I wanted. Don't forget to zoom out every now and then. And then Rackgirl says, I've been struggling a bit recently with overhanging topology and creases. I always end up blunting the volume on top. What problem is it causing? So blunting the volume on top. When you say creases, it makes me think of like hard surface modeling. Is this for organic forms? I want to help you, but I am unclear on the goal as of right now. Overhanging topology can definitely get sensitive. And if you're just like chatting, that's totally fine. But my default is I see a problem, I'm like, ooh, I wanna help. All right, adding some texture to these legs. Oh, I didn't have symmetry turned on. That makes me sad. See, this is why I like putting it on a fur brush, because then it's not the end of the world when I have to inevitably redo things. If I sculpted that by hand, I'd be very sad right now. And the Rackgirl says, yes, it is for organic forms. Look at your palm and close it slightly. You see the flesh of your hand creases and each ridge has a little bulge to it. Yes. Okay, yeah, in that case, you're going to benefit greatly from getting especially good with your masking brush, and then polygroups is going to be a huge, huge friend for you. That way you can isolate bits of topology and then not affect the ones next to it. Like here, let me just do a demo. So yeah, this would be like, let's say the palm of the hand, and this can be like where that one of those creases are. So I'm going to do Command W to mask that, or make, sorry, not mask. Okay, restart. Hold Control to do a mask. Command W, now you have a polygroup. Shift F to see it. Do another little crease up here. Command W to make another polygroup. And then if you go to like your inflate brush and mask polygroups by 100, you can go ahead and inflate them separately and just affect them separately entirely. See what I mean? And you're still gonna have that crease, you're still gonna have that volume. So yeah, I hope that's helpful. If it didn't make sense, let me know, and I will show you again. Because I know you already watched my tutorials and stuff like that, but sometimes watching the tutorial doesn't mean that you know how to apply it. So hopefully that gave you an idea of what to do with that. Oh, Rackgirl, she said, cool, I was creating a sharp crease with damn standard and then inflating it, but it was janky. Yeah, no, that is a way you could do that, but it's going to require so much cleanup that by the time that you're done, you will be like, wow, that was a lot of work still. Good, yeah, Rackgirl said, yay, that solves the smushing them together problem. Good, I'm glad. And again, like, trying to describe the problem or like ask the questions, how I usually put it, is half the work. So I really appreciate you taking the time to rephrase that just a little bit to make sure I could tell what you were talking about. Yeah, I used to be stuck in what I like to call, or I've seen it online before, like tutorial hell, which is like, you don't know, like you know tools, but it's hard to know how to apply them unless it's like a specific application. And the only way to get through that is just by doing a lot, whatever is your like field. And notice that I'm not blanketing this model in the exact same like fur texture. I have like zones and like transition areas. Like for example, the top of the tail I have pretty flat, and then I'm kind of creating these wispier shapes on the side. I'm gonna be a little heavy-handed with the tail and the floofiness. One, because I like floof, but two, on a real note, because this fox is gonna be on fire. So I really, not like, oh, it's so fire. No, like it's literally gonna be on fire. It's a fire elemental fox. So I really wanna make sure that I can take any of these fur chunks and really easily transition them into a flame. And see, a lot of those seams end up barely mattering. You pretty much can't even see them anymore. I can use my clay brush right here to add more volume. Okay, the clay brush has the poly paint on by default. There we go. And the clay brush does a really good job at adding volume in between pieces. If they're the same piece. I forgot those were two separate subtools. Just kidding. Never mind. That is not what I meant. Never mind. Demo did not happen. If you have within one subtool, clay does a really good job at blending seams. But they're two separate subtools, and no, it's like literally not going to work. Just kidding. I will show that later. Oh, like right here. Look. Okay, same subtool. See how there's a really hard seam right there? I can use my clay brush and kind of like lightly tap, and it will disappear that seam. See? Check that out. Gorgeous. So if you want to get that clean effect, if it really is just driving you absolutely crazy and you cannot work with the seam, but you don't want a boolean because that's going to make it hard to work with, there you go. There's a happy in between. Because I know some of y'all are just very particular and you're just like, I understand this makes my workflow harder, but I cannot handle seeing these seams. I get it. Everyone's got their quirks. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. And then Paint asks, Mia, when you have a surface that is a thickness of 0, my favorite, how do you make it printable or thicker without losing details that were done? Is it a backface mask thing? Dynamic subdiv. It doesn't even exist. So you say like, oh, like how do you make it like thicker or 3D printable? You can't use move and backface mask because it's not real. There's nothing to move and backface mask. It is not real. You have to use dynamic subdiv. I mean, I guess you could use panel loops or group loops, whatever, which is under edge loop. You could use these too, group loops or panel loops. That's fine. But seriously, use dynamic subdiv. Rewatch my dress tutorial. I'll show you how to do it. Rat Girl says, your brain started itching. Caught you. No, it was for you, honey. I don't care at all. I keep seams all the way through. But I could tell that that's not something that you enjoy, you know? So I didn't give you a solution earlier, so there's your solution. Hey, Mini Mimics is back. Welcome back. All right, this is going really well. I'm very pleased with it. We're about halfway through Tavern Keeper's Craft. I'm gonna go ahead and take like a 5-minute break just so I can do my hair because it wasn't fully dry when I started the stream. It drives me crazy. So my hair is in these individual tubes right now. So I'm going to brush them out and then use the restroom, get some water. So break time. I encourage you guys to do the same. When we come back, I will put a head on this fox and we will be back. This has been great so far. Again, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, I am back. The floof has brushed, is much happier. And making great progress on this fox so far. All right. Excellent. We are back. I did reset my little bar slide thing. I think I know how to fix that. Also, Rudy's here. Hello, hello. I gave Ricky such a hard time about thinking it was your birthday, but it wasn't your birthday. To be fair, we both thought that. And I was like, wait, isn't your birthday in December? We're both terrible with dates, but if it helps, it's just because we care. Where is the thing? Oh, I found it. Yeah, I'll just put it at 200% speed because we were about halfway through. So now it should move twice as fast, which science, math, that makes the same thing. Cool. Let's keep going. Alrighty, and then we do a little recap of like how far we've come to, which is my favorite. Alright, so this is the original base mesh that I had. I had some edits previously done to it, and then now we are here. Obviously, the face now needs work, but it's looking really cool. I'm excited with it. I'm excited for it. And then, shockingly, the only people that are backseat sculpting right now are my mods. So, don't, please. And I'm excited to keep working on this. It's a Monday. I'm still getting my stuff, my feet under me for sure. But I'm happy with where we're at so far, and then we can add some fire. It's gonna be nice. Yeah, Eloa, I love this. This was great. This made me laugh. Thank you. Alrighty. We're going really texture heavy on this, and I actually love it, especially now that I know, because again, we're gonna cover this in fire. And a lot of these are kind of like a jumping off point almost for even more fire. Speaking of, I might have some of these fir trunks run upwards, which is not normally how it would grow. But that looks a lot like flames, actually. Ooh, that could be really cool. Okay, I got some cool ideas coming. Rat Girl says, what if the fox blowing a kiss became a feature? Right? On a real note, though, I'm working on the head. You know, it's the equivalent of literally like when you're mopping a floor. Like you're literally cleaning, mopping, I don't care, wiping a counter, and someone goes, you missed a spot. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like I'm literally working on it. But I also know it's like being part of the process, and I love that, and people being creative and sharing that. But I'm more excited about stuff like this. Like again, fire eyes, or like kissy fox. Like you get it. You get it. I love it. Rudy says, you're all good, and it is much appreciated. But yes, my birthday's in December. For my birthday, could you mail me a jar of glue so I could have it as a snack? Anything for you, Rudy. Anything for slandering on Ustream. To be fair, you were like joking about eating resin or something with Eloa, and I was like, it was chaotic energy. I don't know. I didn't mean to call you a glue eater on stream, even though I did. Oh my god, you're such a good sport. Ricky listened to, I think it's the newest single that you and your band released, Honey Lake, right? He really liked it. He was talking about it. All right, I want to get these eyes moved around and then some perspective goodness. Oh, and then somewhat soonish, within the next hour or so, we're moving into happy hour. So for all my students that have questions or want demos and cool stuff, start thinking about that now. Rudy says, this is going to be one of our long-running bits, and I'm here for it. Same. This forehead is gigantor. We're gonna de-eyeball it for a second here. There we go. See this before? See this after? Yeah. Faces are sensitive. Boop. Fixed. That's also why I was like, this is perfect, because like I need to grab some water, I can take a little break and come back, and like I know whatever's wrong with it is going to be super obvious to me, and sure enough it was. And it wasn't the snout or the mouth, it was the forehead. I know Eloa's sitting over there trying to have a cozy stream. It's like, please don't burn down the mods. Okay, you're right. I can sense it, Eloa. We're good. We're good. Brady says, oh goodness, I can't spell today. Honestly, same. I was trying to spell elemental when I was searching for references for this fox, which is a very easy word to spell. It's exactly what it sounds like. And I was like, what are words? Eloa, I can't believe you finished an entire model in under a week. I'm floored by that. Who is this? And what have you done with Eloa? It's not even like, there's nothing wrong with taking your time when you work on stuff, you know? But it's important that you're able to iterate ideas quickly and get through a project quickly. It takes a lot of confidence. So I'm really, really proud of you. It's super exciting. Maybe I'll have even more Eloa work to review too. As much as I obviously I love reviewing your big epic submissions too. But it'd be fun if I could see more stuff from you as well. Okay, we don't want to lose this dip right here either. Sarah says, wait, what? Why am I being burned? I haven't done any witchcraft recently. It's true. I'll leave that for your own imagination. Oh, ZBrush crashed. Man, even ZBrush can't handle my salt today. Oh well. Rat girl, you're cracking me up today. Oh my god. Seder, I win. Sure. All right. Where's my thing? There it is. There we go. Rat Girl says, fingers crossed for the quick saving before the kiss was fixed. No, it kept it. I'm loving the vibes from you today, though. Fantastic. I will need to put the eyeballs back. See, look how low they were. There we go. And then what's the distance? Ooh, they are closer. There we go. Ah, there's the elegance. Those are the shapes. The shapes are shaping. You know what? We're going to bring back a little bit of the kiss. I'm really excited to pose this one. It's been a lot of fun. I might even wait to add any of the fire effects until it's posed entirely and then have that be kind of like the cherry on top, which is interesting because usually something that's like considerable as like a secondary shape I would want to have before posing. But I have a feeling because it's fire, it's going to be such a nebulous shape that I'm going to want to wait until it's going to complement something that's already pre-existing. And then Mimics asked, Mia, I missed the fur part. Can you show making one during happy hour, please? Absolutely. I do break down a spot on the chest right here. So you could actually rewind just a little bit and you would see it right there if you didn't want to wait. But I think it'd also be really easy just to like smooth a little section of fur for you and then sculpt that from scratch. I'd be more than happy to do that. So we got 2 demos planned right now for happy hour. I'm going to show you guys how to sculpt some ooze, and then I'm going to show you how to sculpt a little fur chunk. I like it. Man, what is up with ZBrush today? Let me look at my activity monitor, because that's odd. I'm like not doing anything that interesting. That's the 3rd time. Oh man. What are you so upset about? You can only do the same process so many times before I'm like, okay. Matt was like, oh, you're so nonchalant about crashing. And I was, and now I'm like, okay, now I'm not nonchalant. Now it's war. The heck? Stop. All right. Okay, I've recentered. Good vibes. Someone, can y'all put like I don't know, a little chant for ZBrush? It's like a rain dance, but it's like a ZBrush don't crash dance. That would be great. That way, if it crashes again, I can blame you guys. My timer is moving. It's just slow. It is. It is moving though. Just Single said, I'm back. Did you miss me? Of course. Totally did not notice. No, I'm joking. We took a short break actually, and then came back. So you probably didn't miss anything too much. Man, did it lose all that progress? Seriously? I like moved the eyes, and I reshaped the snout. How much could I possibly have gotten done in 3 minutes? Okay, I'm gonna be upset about this for about 10 seconds. Okay, I'm upset. Okay, I'm over it. Alrighty, next thing we're gonna do is remove the snoot where it's supposed to go. I'm also going to put everything at all low subdivs, except for what I'm working on. Maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know. And then bring back the eyeballs. I'll scoot this up even a little bit higher and move these little eye sockets closer together. There we go. Look at those eyes in the wrong spot. Gorgeous. That's much better. Ooh, I like it, Micah. That's a good one. That's a good chant. Z, just Z. Thank you. ZBrush, ZBrush, go away. Blender, come and make our day. How's that? Filthy. I'll make Satyr ban you for that. All right, Eloa says, one thing I love but I'm also anxious about is the variety in the early commissions I got. Micah gave me a terror demonic fog monster to sculpt, and my friend commissioned an SMR sorcerer cleric. Wow, that is some variety. If you ever feel too freaked out or locked up, just send me a DM and I can I can help you with that. Oh, actually, I'll give you unsolicited advice right now. I mean, technically you're paying for it, so it's not unsolicited, it's paid for. Something that helps me a lot when I'm feeling freaked out with commissions that are different is what I will do is I will come over here and I will literally grab like a sphere and I will subdivide it a bunch of times and I will pretty much make this a sculpting mood board. So if I know that I'm gonna be working on something ugly, I will take this and I will like make a section that I cover with like a bunch of holes, and I'll make a section that I cover with like a scar, for example, like just textures that I know are gonna be on that. And then I'll have the other sphere over here. And then I will make sure that they, contrast. I'll have different, again, it's like a mood board, but for sculpting, that are pretty. And for that one, I would probably instead use like really nice, pretty fabric folds. So maybe I'll do a little bit of sculpting of like a fabric fold, mood board almost. And then my favorite especially is to grab like ornaments and stuff that I can add to it. And then that kind of like recenters me when I feel like I'm not sure how to tackle these very, very different commissions. So again, you can have like an ugly one and like a nice orb. I don't know, it helps me, maybe it'll help you too. Because I had that problem in the beginning too when I was like learning and just first taking commissions and they were totally unrelated, and that made me feel anxious as well. So I just look at my little orbs and be like, okay, I got this. I really appreciate when you guys share things that you're unsure about and whatnot, because I feel like more often than not, I've had a similar experience and I can at least say something about it. But unless you guys bring up whatever you're kind of stuck on, I won't necessarily think of it on my own to share. Like, that was kind of random. So yes, I hope that's helpful. At least a little bit. I'm gonna add some fur texture to the face. There we go. This is very fragile and I'm not sure about everything yet, but I'm getting there. And I'm really using these eyelashes, eyelid things to like sculpt an expression. Hello. Yes. Good orb and ugly orb. Exactly. And also for your friend especially, I bet they're pretty understanding. If they're your friend, imagine they're pretty chill. Oh, thank you, Just Lingual. Today's a hard day, but the stream helps a ton. Oh, I'm so glad. Also, is your wife feeling better yet? I still think about that. I don't know why I'm concerned about it, but I am. I know she'll be fine, but I'd like to know when she's better. Thank you so much. I also didn't have that up yet, so I will, for posterity's sake, there must be a record. You guys must know when progress is being made towards have her pet. And again, I'm really glad that this helps. I'm having a good day. Last week was a lot of work. Last week was a hard one. You guys were there and helped me out. Again, not like emotional stuff, just like literally I made a suit of armor and it was a lot of work. I'm not even logged into Streamlabs right now. I don't even know what the heist odds are. Stephen Ray isn't heisting and breaking stuff. I don't even have to worry about it. Oh, interesting. Streamlabs has a new like sponsorship program thing. No platform fees and guaranteed base pay for launch campaigns. Well, I only use Streamlabs, maybe I'll look at that. For now, though, using other things. As of now, I pay a whole $0 for Streamlabs. Pretty happy with that. Funny. What day is today? Oh, that's right, it's almost July. That was fast. All right, there we go. We have a little bit of progress. Rudy says, I like good orb, especially when it's coated in chocolate. That does help. Speaking of, I have some very overripe strawberries I need to not forget about. Just Single says, she's tough. Okay, good. You mentioned. I figured your wife is tough. But I have to make sure. Not that she's tough, but that she's feeling better. Just for anyone that's like, what are you talking about? All right, the cheek here got a little stretched out, but I don't need to worry about that. Let's just subdivide. Add these little eyebrows. God, they're so funny looking and cute. I'm really taking my time here to kind of see the way the flow of the fur affects almost like the expression of the face. I'm just having fun with it. Oh my gosh, like really like fuzzy eyebrows. I love it. Eloa says, Mia, what was the issue with the face? Either way, the coming back to it later method works once again. Oh yeah, did you miss that? I was talking about you. Essentially, the eyes were too low and too far apart. I wasn't like talking a lot at you, but a little bit. Oh, gotcha. Just like Will said, honestly, it's a wait to see how she heals over the course of a year or two thing, and I'm now learning that more. Yeah. That can be frustrating. Well, rooting for both of y'all. Seriously. Just take it one day at a time. Yeah, peasants are always cheering you on. 100%. If she ever needs like a little pick-me-up or something and draws some other little cute creature, let me know. I can do a little Taver pet on the house. Ooh, these are like doing the floofing. This looks cool. And again, if you're like, why is it covered in little like zits and now you're covering fur on it? I'm like, that's why. Because when you layer it up, it looks better. You must trust the process. And also, like, health is weird. Bodies are weird, y'all. Did I ever tell you guys about my health problems in college? I pretty much had to just pass out, like, randomly. And so, like, I talked to a neurologist about it. So glad that neurologist was out of network. Thanks, general practitioner doctor. I'm like, okay, cool. And this is, like, fine. They're like, yep, this is fine. And then I went and they charged my dad, like, $1,000. I'm like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry. But anyway, I talked to this neurologist, and instead of running any tests, he just, like, talked to me. And I told him what's going on. And he straight up was like, are you like really type A? Are you a go-getter? And I was like, I guess. And I'm like super like depressed and sad in college. And he's like, that's just why. You just burn really hot. That's all. And I never found out why. And to this day, if I stand for a long time, I like will eventually like bloat and pass out. It's the weirdest thing. I have no idea. But all my health things are totally fine. And if I'm hiking or doing anything high energy, I'm totally fine. But dear God, if you just have me stand, I self-implode. Fun fact about Mia. And if you're thinking, God, you should really get that checked out. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm actually going to do like a whole like checkup this year. I haven't done that since I was like... Okay. Well, who's counting? But it's been a while. Anyway. You guys need universal health care for sure. I know. Don't get me started. Do I have an ADHD diagnosis? No, I also don't think I have that. No, it's like literally, I just get really bloated. I have no idea why. I thought I had celiac when I was younger because my grandpa has that. But I kind of like outgrew my like dairy intolerance. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know. Bodies are very confusing. Oh my goodness. Foxy is here to see the fox. I love it. I love it. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, that's true. Yeah, POTS is a blood pressure thing from like when you're sitting to standing. Yeah, no, not even that either. It's so weird. Again, I'm fine. I'm healthy and stuff. I know, Eloa. You seem to be a go-getter and burn really hot. They're like $50,000. Thank you for coming in. But seriously, it was $1,000 out of pocket. I was like, oh my God. Oh, my dad thought it was like a scam, or not a scam, but like, well, yeah, but he was like, why do I have a charge for $1,000? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm just checking on my health. I'm so sorry. Again, my dad was super cool about it, but I was mortified. I literally got a job in college on top of my full ride scholarship just so my dad wouldn't have to pay for like my meal plan. Because if you live in the dorms, you have to buy the meal plan. It's not optional. And the meal plan's like $3,000 a year. So I didn't want to pay for that. So I got a job that covered it. And you can only imagine how mortified I was when like this bill came in. Oh, so mad. And I have to be super clear. Like, my dad is the coolest. He is so awesome. And he's not like a guilt tripper. He was happy to pay for it. I don't know. I've always been like a stickler since I was like a little kid. And I'm like, it's the principle. And I was going to pay for it. So yeah. Anyway, this fox is really cute. Also, like on a real art note, whenever you're going over the center line, turn off symmetry. Just trust me, it's gonna look so much nicer and more organic. I'm also gonna do a light mask that kind of like gradates up. That way it kind of, it blends in the fur for me. It's a very fuzzy fox. Super fuzzy. God, it's cute. The snoot is a little on the thick side. Let's go ahead and compress that just a little bit. The top line is good, but I need to bring, it just needs to have a more narrow muzzle. That's all. There we go. Very sensitive. Rat girl, armchair diagnosis queen. Exactly, Rudy. Exactly. Monkey's here. Humans. Yes, welcome in. Humans, I greet thee. Always good to have you in. I love like Foxy comes in and then everybody yells at, not Foxy, my bad, but them too. But Monkey comes in and then everybody yells at Monkey. I love to see it. Look at that difference in silhouette. Yeah, that looks a lot better. All right, let's get some high res textures and all of this. Neat. And then the head is really, really, really small. That tends to happen. I've noticed as I work on models, the head will kind of start to shrink. I'm not certain why. I just tend to make stuff smaller as I work on it. So we're going to go ahead and make the head its own piece and then increase it the size by at least 10%. Look how tiny its head was. There we go. It happens. There we go. Yeah, scoot that in too. Oh my goodness, I love it. Look at my mod's back seat go. Oh my god, stop it. Also, Sater, because you mentioned you're having a bad day, I'm not going to give you as hard of a time. And you can't even spell right now, so I can tell your brain is full. But I will entertain this. Why are the legs long? It makes posing easier. Straight up. Hey, Lux is here. Welcome in. I'm used to like randos coming to the stream, like backseat sculpting a little bit. I've just been floored that's only come from my mods today and nobody else. Eloa says, meanwhile, again, what is it? Like anyone that has 3 of anything, it's always like you have the perfect one, the pain in the ass. What's the third one? It's super funny, but like it has to do with usually pets. But anyway, Eloa's the perfect one today. Eloa says, looks great. Really all coming together fast. Never gets old watching these non-fancy, simpler models come together because of the little subtleties they have. Yeah, they do. They're very subtle. Absolutely. And Rudy is now a shrimp. How's that shrimp life going, Rudy? Want to tell us about that? What do you see? Yeah, I also hope that Sater's day improves. Aw, Foxy says, I have cider if you wish. I like it. Sater's like, it's true, brain is full. I'd worry that it's a stroke, but I'm not that lucky. That is dark. There's our bit of existential dread for the day. There we go. Monkey, your model needs, you know, a turkey leg. You know, of all... It could possibly fit for this. Yeah, Rat Girl also complaining about heat in the UK. Oh my goodness, that is crazy that y'all don't have good AC over there. Also, I didn't know that you're overseas. I have not picked that up from the way that you talk at all. Yeah, no, yeah. Sater Mog's coworkers, they literally caused him to have a stroke. Oh no. And then Minnie Mimic says, Mia, oh here, I'll backseat. Clears throat. Better? You gotta tell me what to do. You gotta nitpick. Close. Alright. Let me get a little more texture on this little snoot. I went a little mumbly on the face. Nothing too crazy. I just need to bump it up. I like this fur brush a lot because there's little dots on the end of it. Kind of like where that texture builds up, and I can use that to my advantage to kind of like map out little lines pretty much. All right, let's go all low again. Got some weird topology-ness going on here. And I want to move on to posing like really soon. Not crazy about that fur chunk and the way that it's chunking. Stop. There we go. Nope. Did it rip through both sides of the mesh? A little bit. That's okay. Subdivide this a few times. Oh, it's already subdivided. In that case, just fit into place. Oh, I totally forgot about the underside of the neck. Don't worry about it. And it's the center line, so what am I gonna say? Turn off symmetry. And give him a little stash. All right, I know that's like an outrageous amount of fur on the snout. I'm totally aware. I just don't want this to print completely smooth, so I'm making some stylistic decisions. Even if they're a little silly. When it's 3D printed, I promise that's gonna make sense. There we go. That's a good one. That's a good one, David. Or Mini Mimics. Yeah. Okay, fine. How about your orange isn't orange enough? You know, it could be more saturated. You are correct. Also, no. Yeah, it is so floofy. There we go, Eloa. How do you make money from art? It has been too wholesome in today's stream. But on a real note, I am reading all of the chat here and how hot it is. Do not overdo it, y'all. Make sure you take it easy. Seriously, it is so easy to like get heat stroke. Totally not talking from experience. Totally do not overdo it ever. All right, I'm gonna adjust some things on the face for vibes. I'm gonna go all low. And I'm gonna start smushing the face around, literally, like that smush right there. Love that. That is what we call in industry a power smush. I literally just take my move brush and start like, it's like when you use liquify in like Procreate or Photoshop. You just move things around and see if you can find a better shape that you like. Because I'm not even concerned if I like it or not. I'm just like scribbling. See, from here it looks ridiculous, right? But I like how it affects the front view a lot. So I'm gonna go ahead and reconstruct this. You know what? Can I just bring this down? Because now I have to make this all make sense. Oh, because it does break that view. I like it so much from the front though. Okay, squish. Okay. I got this. So I'm masking the snoot, making it a little more narrow, and then using my move brush to really carefully, because again, faces are sensitive, move this around. There we go. The chin is its own piece, which I really recommend for y'all because you can just take it off and I can reshape things pretty easily using this. You can use separate poly groups too. I like to make it a separate subtool initially and then merge it down because I have all like that cleaned, separated topology within a subtool. It's kind of like using folders, but not. Okay, let's see. That's got to be someone that's been here before. If not, if you're actually brand new, hello to Jules. It says, hey, I'm new and want to ask a question. I've watched 2 or 3 of your videos and you're talented. My question is, how long have you been playing on Blender? Which this is not Blender, it's ZBrush. And if you're actually new, that's hysterical. But if you're not, you're pulling on an inside joke and being silly. We joke about Blender around here, even though Blender is great. I don't know what to think about this. You're a member of the channel, which means you were either gifted it, so you've watched a lot of my streams before, or you were already here and you're someone I know causing problems. I'm suspicious. Also, thank you for the kind words and welcome. I'm gonna crack up if you're actually new and they're like, why are you so suspicious of me? It's because you're touching on like a long going joke in the stream as your first comment. It's too funny. There we go. That's a much foxier face. Look how funny it looks with that perspective. Little eyes. Just Lingual says, Mia, I too unhinged my lower jaw when I want to adjust my expression. Oh, you guys are funny. Jules just says, okay. Are you actually new? Or like, because sometimes my mods will like pretend to not be themselves to cause problems. Yes, Ricky does work in the loft. We do not have a basement. It's just an ongoing ridiculous joke. Again, there's a lot of ongoing jokes here. That's all. Also, I know you guys can tell this is not Blender. It looks nothing like Blender. Mia having like a crisis on stream. Okay, we're gonna start doing posing in Fire. I'm not certain what pose I want to do. They said they envisioned it standing on its hind legs with a fiery tail behind it. But I'm not certain here. Jules says, what I'm asking is that I'm an artist and trying to put it digitally. That is not coherent. I made it on Blender and I'm not joking. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, this is not Blender, so ZBrush. We'll see. All right, let's get this posed. I'm pretty happy with this shape here. This is where we started the stream, and here we are now, looking very fancy. So we're gonna pose and then add some fire. All right, Fire Elemental Fox. Go ahead and save this. And now to pose, I am going to use Transpose Master. So Z plugin, Transpose Master, and then T-Pose Mesh, which doesn't sound like, it doesn't make any sense. I'm aware to people that are new. T-Pose Mesh, think of this as a big start button, and this is a big end button. So start, end. It actually says T-Pose Mesh and T-Pose Sub T. I know that doesn't make sense. So again, just start and end. Just Single says, Mia, we should convince a legendary patron to make you sculpt a Blender-themed blundered with a slender friend. That is what's cool about Blender and ZBrush. You can customize the UI to look pretty much however you want. At first I was like, this head looks like a football. And I was like, oh, you know what? Sure enough. That they kind of can look like that. Okay, cool. Just doing my last little check here and then we'll move right along. Jill says, that's nice what you're doing. Looks cool. Thank you. Everything I design here is for 3D printing, but you probably know that because you've watched a couple videos already. All right, let's get a pose going. Because I thought the standing on the hind legs was a good idea, and then Ray grabbed a photo reference. I think it was Ray, yeah. of them on their hind legs, and now I feel like they look ridiculous on their hind legs. Look at their weird little arms. Like, what? Again, this is going to be a fire elemental fox, so I want something that's elegant and beautiful, and this pose is neither elegant nor beautiful. I need to like tuck up its legs or something, you know? Kind of like this. I feel like if I can combine this with that other pose, that could be really strong. Bunny had a sketch that I also liked. That'd be a lot easier. I already have models that are sitting like this though. I mean, that's fine. I have 1,000. At some point there's gonna be some overlap. That's not the worst thing. Foxy says, foxes look fantastic no matter what we're doing, even when we're face deep in a snowdrift. They are elegant. Yeah, these are all 3D printable. There's more information in the description of my video. I'm really taking my time here with the pose of the fox because I want something that's going to make the most sense. I think I'm going to go with a really strong, like, dynamic standing pose and not doing the hind legs. That felt really cool at first, but nah. Thank you, Rat Girl. Speaking of, Mr. Fantastic Fox is a fantastic movie, truly. All right, ZBrush is a little laggy right now, so I'm just kind of testing. All right, we're good. All right, I got some plans. I'm actually just gonna, here, I got some things I want to do first. I don't want the base to be visible, so I'm going to hide that. And then I'm going to decimate the face, because this is what's causing Transpose Master to behave a little bit slow. Yeah, I'm not going to be moving the face very much anyhow. All right, sweet. There we go. Jeez. Let's try some stuff out here. Yeah, look at this load on my computer right now. What is it so upset about? Relax. What are you so stressed about? Could tell, because I can just, I've been doing this for a long time, so I can tell when the program is lagging, and I can't quite tell why. Ah, it's OBS. OBS, why are you asking for so many resources? We'll just hang out for a second here and not worry about it. Rudy has not seen the movie Mr. Fantastic Fox. You should. It is excellent. All right, I'm gonna go to Z plugin, Decimation Master, use and keep polypaint, and let's bring this down to like 50,000 points because we don't need this to be so high. That's a cute pose idea. Oh, it's YouTube. Okay, I see. I can refresh this. I'll figure it out. There we go. Sweet. Yeah, Micah, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. There we go. Looking for a better view, but if you want a strong and dangerous pose. Oh, that's awesome. I think that is more so kind of what they were looking for. You know, I actually have here, kind of like a little detour here for a second. Let me make this. Oh, I went to the wrong thing. That door's open. All right, 1 second. Just because it's really relevant. I literally have this hanging on my wall. Some kind of pose like this would actually be really cool and really fitting for this model that we're doing right now. Maybe I should do this. I wouldn't have the mouth open though, because I don't want to sculpt teeth. I'm just not in the mood to sculpt the whole mouth. But yeah, that could be cool. You guys never see it, but it's literally just hanging right there at any given time. Sweet, I think I fixed my computer lag issues. We are good. Also, unfortunately, that was too low poly, I guess. Nah, it's fine. Thank you, Monkey, because immediately I was thinking, I don't want to keep looking over my shoulder. Monkey, you're the best. I immediately was, you're the best. Yeah, is this the pose we're wanting? It's a tricky one to translate, but I can do it. Oh no, Monkey. Found a really good reference in Discord now. Oh, even better. You even took credit for it. I love it. Oh, chaos energy. Okay. This should be a bit more simple here. Just cleaning up all these files. Everything is moving much snappier. It was just YouTube. The YouTube chat for some reason is like super unoptimized and it will like bog down the page every now and then. If you guys ever have that happen to you, just refresh the page. It'll fix it. All right, we are posing finally. All right, let's see if this pose is gonna drive me absolutely insane or not. I'm gonna turn off perspective. I'm gonna try to like just kind of boogie through this. If it's really difficult, I will pick something easier. So the way that I'm going to pose this is just in kind of like broad motions, the same way that I would, for example, sketch something. You're looking for big shapes. Foxy says, bad financial decision for a fox pet is inadvisable. Dude, let's do a fox tapper pet. Let's go. I'm pretty sure you did the math on that, but that funds out the goal. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about conversion, currency, be currency. All right, y'all. This means we finally get a fox tapper pet. Let's go. Financially inadvisable. Are you kidding? This is the stream to do it. Happy hour is going to be fantastic. You don't want to miss it. Oh, there we go, Foxy. That should translate to $30, hopefully. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about it. Yeah, I think so. Heck yeah. I like it. Oh, here we go. Forge asks, what's the policy on using other people's sculpts for inspiration? There's no policy. It's a free-for-all. Go nuts. If you're copying it, you would know. Because I printed another sculptor's really nice kitsune the other day with a cool pose that might provide some inspiration. Oh, yeah, share it. I mean, I'm gonna try to go for this one right now. But feel free. Especially like at the level that you and I are at, Matt, we don't copy. You don't have to worry about it. It's very, very sweet. Pretty much it's the people that are worried about copying other artists that don't need to worry about it, ironically. And those that just copy other people's work are never worried about in the first place. You know what I mean? I like it. All right. So again, I'm looking for this curve. So I'm starting with the head and I'm kind of just working my way down without completely destroying the anatomy. Yeah. Hey, Gloomman's here. Hey, I'm new here. Nice fox model. That makes me think that you were Okay, there's been a lot of inside joke, like, okay, sorry, back up. Hello, I'm glad you're here. Welcome in. I make 3D print models for a living. We've had a few viewers jump in recently that like their username or their sheer existence is, it's funny because it's like a nod to an inside joke we've had on the stream for a long time. Like the fact that's Glue Man is very funny because Rudy's here all the time, Roodle the Noodle, and I accidentally called him a glue eater as a joke a long time ago. So the fact that you're here is like very serendipitous and hysterical. We are posing this fox. It's going to look really cool. And here we go. Thought this was a really cool pose. Heck yeah, it is. Yeah, Mini Monster Mayhem is also fantastic. I want to soften up the legs a little bit more. But yeah, absolutely. That's nice to have a 3D model of the similar pose I'm going for. Thank you. I am 90% sure these people are not real. It's my mods terrorizing me. Okay, I'm going to click auto groups, and that's going to take each of these pieces and separate them into smaller sections. This worked out pretty well already in getting the rough shape in, but now obviously need to refine quite a lot. So I'm going to move this tail kind of over to the side, and I'm going to use the move brush to get a nice dramatic flare on it. Notice that I don't really care where this tail is being deformed to. I'm just focused on the C curve that I'm creating in the tail. And then afterwards, I will position it. And I'm aware that the legs look ridiculous. Those are what we call secondary forms. I'm not worried about that because the essence of what makes this pose so beautiful is that S curve. So I'm getting that done first. Does that make sense? I'm really trying to break down my posing process here because I know it really confuses a lot of my students. I think it's because you guys are focusing on the wrong thing too soon. Okay, that's kind of cool. Again, I'm just kind of playing with that shape. I wasn't absolutely in love with it, so I just undid it. Oh, it's Glue Man says, I saw some of your work on Patreon. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I've been doing Patreon for about 6 years or so. I am very lucky to have a fantastic fan base there. This model is actually a request from Patreon. All right, let's go ahead and bend the spine. So I'm gonna use my mask lasso brush just like this. And then use my 3D gizmo to slowly start pivoting. There we go. There we go. This is a very hard pose. I don't know what I was thinking, but it's a fun one, and I want to at least show you guys how you can block really complicated poses like this out. Do you see how important it is to have all these legs separate pieces now? Really gives you a lot of control. Sorry, I am yelling at my mods in a secret chat. Don't worry about it. I'm going to move these front arms around a little bit, and if I decide that I like them, then great. We're going to continue to refine the rest of this pose, and if I'm like not feeling super crazy about it, then I will not. If a pose is not wowing you when it's 80% done, it's probably not the pose for you. Does that make sense? They're not even being bad. I just think Eloa's trolling me right now, so I need to double check. So I'm kind of putting the heat on them. It is absolute anarchy in my mod chat right now. I just need to let you guys know that. Too many new people referencing inside jokes that you would only know if you've been here. Eloa was like, I'm not. No, I think it's you. I think this is the revenge of Eloa. It's happening now. I know it's not Ricky because Ricky doesn't repeat jokes. Okay, are we liking this pose or are we not liking this pose? I think we're liking it. Whenever I'm working on a really hard pose, I like to come in and out of Transpose Master a few times. No, it's you, Eloa. I just know it. Because you mentioned like, oh, look, I'm sleepy. I'm just kind of hanging out this stream. Which means you have more time to be a menace and make fake accounts to just say silly things in the chat. Again, no one's being bad in the chat. Just want to be clear on that. It checks out. You even like set an alibi up for yourself, Eloa. And you almost got away with it. Except you pushed it with the second account. That's how I knew. It is episode 3, Revenge of Eloa. It is. Me gusta. No, we are not encouraging Eloa to do this. All right, we got a really cool thing going on here. I like it. Alone, all caps, what is happening? All right, we're gonna start creating some fire. This is gonna be really cool. If you guys haven't seen me sculpt fire before, pay attention because some cool things are about to happen. Also, can someone remind me how you color fire? It's like red at the center and it gets lighter as it goes outwards, right? Like it's not yellow in the center, it's red in the center and it goes orange yellow, right? I'm like actually asking too. If someone could like just let me know, that'd be great. If not, I'm gonna look it up. So I'm putting a ring at the bottom here. I'm going to dynamesh it at a low resolution. Yeah, these two new accounts, Jules and Glueman, have been very quiet ever since the suspicion. I'm gonna laugh so hard. On the off chance that you guys are totally normal, I'm sorry, we're so paranoid here in a fun way. It's a fun community and we mess with each other, so you guys seem like you're not real. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, so I'm going to use twist. Yeah, here we go. Oh, no, it is yellow at the bottom. I was completely backwards. This is why I had to ask, because I forget. It is red up towards the ends. What? It is lightest colors in the center, depending on your fuel heat. No, they always have the same gradation. They change color based, I know, if they have like blue flames really hot or like turns green if it's copper. Yeah. Glueman says, I am here. What are your thoughts on these accusations? And you're like, I'm a real person. Eloa, you're literally typing these back to back. No, it's you. You're just switching between accounts. I know it. I know it. I screenshotted it. Rat girl. Oops, I was so confidently wrong. Girl, same. So I do want this like swirling fire flame like shape, so I'm using the twist deformer to mess around with it. Also, again, it was an admirable effort, Eloa. I was just onto it a little too quickly. Better luck next time. Sarah says, all right, I'm back. What was the drama? You're in on it too. I just know it. Stop it. All three of you are in on it. All three of you have a group chat. My mods are excluding me. You guys all have a group chat without me. How freaking cool is this model going to be? I am glad I went with the harder pose. The only person I think that's actually in the clear right now is Reaper, just to be clear. There is Discord in the Discord today. Just single Mia towards Eloa. Good job, but also get good. Yeah. Hey, Midori's here. Hello. Love where you're going with the fire. Thank you, Midori. Mia's actually going fully paranoid. No. What? It's really just to mean girl you. We call it the burn book even. For fuck's sake. No, I am not losing it. I've become ungovernable. I love it. I am gonna scare off the new people. I'm not sure anymore. We're gonna keep sculpting a fox. I don't know what to tell you, Mia. Okay, then you guys, my mods, like legitimate, you must be very entertained then by the coincidences today, at the very least, right? No, don't. What? Just a normal stream, y'all. Last Monday was too normal, and now we have today. Alright, Glue Man, I think you're actually real. I'm sorry. We just did this joke last week, so your timing again is just really funny and serendipitous. It just means that you're a true peasant. Congrats. You are one of us aggressively without me meaning for it to happen. Depending how new you are here, by the way, like everybody that hangs out here and we call it the tavern, therefore you're a peasant, just to be clear. No, I don't need professional services. Damn it. I will never forgive you guys, my mods, if this turns out that I was right and you guys were like double bluffing me. Foxy hurt itself in confusion. Yeah. I'm actually replaying Pokemon Scarlet and Violet right now. Alright. We're moving on from that nonsense. I don't know, I can just feel Eloa cackling on like the other side of the planet right now. I mean, not that far, but kind of. Is this punishment for not doing an Eloa stream in June? Or technically it's still June. I didn't have time to do like a cool special project, and this is... Or is it because Ricky traumatized you? You know, it's probably both. Alright, so again, we're creating this fire effect just by using the twist deformer, and then I'm going to actually add like the fire like licks and flames in just a moment here. I never use Sculptress Pro on stream, and I always want to, so Today is probably going to be the day, finally. Glueman says, thanks for letting me join, I guess. You're welcome. I just know it's you guys. All right. Yeah, Rudel says, I'm happy you're here. Good, there's some normal behavior. You had a very unique entrance. All right, we're starting to create these like tongue licking shapes almost. Again, like fire shapes, this. And then I think I'm probably gonna use Sculptress Pro. You don't use it at subdivision levels and you can't use it with every brush. So I'm gonna use the snake hook brush that is compatible with Sculptress Pro. And I believe that's under stroke. I always forget where it is because I never use it. There we go. See? And this is really cool because it generates topology as you sculpt. Again, I cannot stress how cool this is. So see how like low poly this is? Click and drag. Check that out. Isn't that awesome? I mean, it's perfect for fire. Glueman says, sorry for my bad timing. It seems to be a habit of mine. No kidding. You like triggered like a whole like, this is gonna go down like TAVR history. Just like, you've officially become part of the lore of my live streams. It's seriously too funny. Also, just for context, since you're new, Rudel, his name is actually Rudy. He is a really good friend of mine, well, originally Ricky's. Back when we lived in California, him and Ricky, that's my husband, went to high school together. My goodness, 2 R names. It's just screwing me up. And yeah, recently Rudy's been hanging out, and I actually called him a glue eater at one point, so you being here is super funny. Also, again, Ricky is my husband. He does not live in the basement. That's also a ridiculous inside joke we have here. I'm going to go ahead and map this brush to my UI. Speaking of, you want to like grab a brush you use frequently, put your UI, go to Preferences, Config, Enable Customize, and then hold down Command and Option, and you can click and drag stuff onto your UI, just like that. Afterwards, make sure you untoggle Enable Customize and then click Store Config. Otherwise, it will not stay there. And then Mini Mimic says, oh, you mean Dynamic Topo. I love Dynamic Topo in Blender. Yes, pretty much exactly. Oh, there we go. Meditating Monkey has offered for I can fire all my mods and then insert them as the lead enforcer in this new regime. Tempting. Very tempting. Oh, awesome. Speaking of the... Oh, Foxy's in the Peasant Social Hub with British. All right. It's M3DM Monday, so especially... to those that are new here, if I have not scared you off yet, amongst our mod paranoia hijinks, every Monday I release models I sculpted the previous week to my patrons. So if you have a 3D printer or you just want cool 3D models, check it out. This is what we released today. There is Ricky the Blacksmith, all chibi, that's for the Kickstarter. We have a Fairy Godmother and then the Centaur Artificer. These are all 3D prints, and they're at 28mm scale, so they're about this big. This big. Very cool. So those are the 3D prints, and then we also have renders of them. There is Ricky in his epicness, but as a chibi. Again, I don't normally do chibis. This is the first time I've literally ever released a chibi on my Patreon. It's just for like a fun Kickstarter thing. There's the Fairy Godmother. Both of her poses. She turned out just gorgeous, and I'm very happy with the 3D print. It is just very super detailed. Look at those wings. It's going to paint just beautifully. I'm very proud of the Centaur Artificer. All this armor is made from scratch last week on stream. It was a ton of work. Yeah. Very proud of this. If you want to check that out, by the way, there is the link for it. It's free to follow my Patreon, so if you want support, you can for free. If you want the models, that is not free. But yeah, still awesome. All right, and that is the release for today. We'll have a new batch of models for you next Monday, which I'm working on now. Looks like there's a weird bit of glitching on that mesh right here. Kind of smooth that out. Was it already there? No. It's just the chin being silly. So I can use move topological. There we go. This model is turning out much more epic project-y than I was intending for, and that's fine. I don't want to get much more heavy-handed than this. As of now, it's just a fox in a swirl of flames. We'll be adding some of these fire effects to the actual fox as well. Hey, Chance is here. Welcome in. I would like to have at least one of these flames come up and touch the other tier, kind of like as a built-in support, essentially. I'm surprised I don't use Sculptris Pro more often. This is awesome. All right, I'm really happy with this flame effect here. I think it's time to work on the fox itself being fire. Eloa says, Mia, ooh, I have, Madame, I have a lot of things on my model commission similar to these flames, tendrils. Can I have some tips for securing them in backface? I did backface mask and try to connect as much as possible. No, that's really good. It sounds like you're already on the right track. Just make sure a lot of them point upwards. It definitely make it help. Absolutely. I'm trying to think of more tips. I mean, you kind of nailed it, honestly. You can always take your 3D gizmo with W, click on this little location icon thing, hold down Command, and then click and drag in the center, and it will inflate the entire mesh just to make it a little more sturdy. Also, thank you, Justlingual. Forward test box is looking awesome. I have to run, but see you all again soon. Yeah, of course. Thanks for being here. I told Ricky I wasn't going to overcomplicate any models this week, and now I'm making this really insane fox. Don't be mad. Because I don't have to completely finish it on stream. Actually, you know what? I am still on track. Never mind. My bad. I did pose it. I literally just finished doing enough that I needed to, and it was really epic. Okay, cool. Why is local symmetry turned on? Did you just break yourself while I sculpted on you? No, it's good. Someone new joined the Discord. It's a new legendary patron named Lore Master. The paranoia is so high today. The only person that calls himself that is Eloa. But Eloa is already a patron, I'm pretty sure. You're killing me. No, it has to be Eloa. It has to be Eloa 3 different times. Eloa has 3 accounts in the stream and now has made a separate account on Patreon just to troll me. But that costs real money. That seems ridiculous. I'm not crazy. Nobody else calls themselves that. What are the odds of this happening are literally 0. We're way past coincidence. No, Reefer just put in the mod chat, guys, I think she's going crazy. I'm not. I can't even look at you guys right now. What was I doing? I'm absolutely going insane. I'm adding fire to a fox. Okay. And this is silly because I called it the whole time. You guys I did not get got. I knew something was happening. I just wasn't confident enough to tell you to stop. I'm not going crazy. I'm not crazy. Look at Foxy. Anyway, Justinkle says, Mia, I just remembered that the D20 is a thing. Is that still a thing? Oh, absolutely. It is. It is. I made it $7 instead of $5, but if you meant to roll it last time I donated $5, like I can give you a roll for sure because I wasn't clear on that. Yeah, burn the fake. Yes. Satyr, literally 0. I question your math, good lady. Okay, technically it's not literally 0. The odds are always possible, but... Monkey, you switching to your alternate account and your other account is also driving me insane. This is insane. Eloa says, I swear on my life, it isn't me. What are the... Maybe it's Satyr. Oh my god, I think it's Satyr knowing that I would throw Eloa under the bus. That also checks out. Satyr would do that. Checking Patreon stuff. I don't see anyone that joined recently. Why is that in the Discord? Maybe they just changed their name. Satyr knew I was going to go after Eloa. That's what a crazy person would say. You're right. I think Satyr is trying to frame Eloa at this point. Listen, it is, you guys aren't talking about how insane the coincidence is. Eloa, it says, yeah, I swear my life, that isn't me. Someone is trying to frame me. I can't believe it. Okay, it's Satyr. I got you. It took me forever, but I finally got it. Oh, the fact that I went after Eloa is kind of hysterical. I feel bad. Sorry, Eloa. The reveal is going to be great. Also, watch yourself, because I'm firing someone today. And it's not going to be me. Alright, I'm going with this yellow color. I can't even work right now. And now I'm going to come in with this gradient. The mod chat is absolutely on fire right now, I think. Is it Satyr? Can you just... I think it's Satyr. Yeah. I feel like that's a confession. Can you guys see this? Oh, I don't want to show you the mod chat in case I scroll up and you guys see actually secret stuff. But like, this is Satyr in our mod chat right now. If that's not a confession, I don't know what's a confession. Alright, there we go, sweet. Yeah, just single, let's go. Let's get a D20 going. God forbid Mia gets anything. No, just kidding. I got a lot done today. Let me add a little bit of poly paint here. And yeah, we haven't had D20 Destiny roll in forever. I don't even know where my D20 is. I used to have it like... Oh, I used to have something online. I'm so sorry, just Lingual. You're gonna have the ugliest D20 roll ever. I had this cute little website I would use, and I don't know where it is anymore. Alright, this is for the dice. Let's go. Satyr, I don't know. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna do a D20 roll. Just Lingual is distracting me. Alright, just Lingual. Oh, you rolled a nat 20. What? wasn't ready for that. Okay. What I used to do is I would let you pick a priority ticket. So you could go through my request board. I can't believe I'm not ready for, this is insane. All right. Yeah, you get a free priority ticket. So I know you're not, yeah. I don't think you have any requests right now on Patreon, or do you? If you do, you can put yourself as next. This isn't the first time you've rolled a natural 20 though for D20 of Destiny. Yeah, I don't do a real D20 and roll it on my desk, so you guys know I'm not cheating, and it'd be weird to move my camera. But yeah, honestly, just lingual, you can either have a free priority ticket, so you can go to my request board and you can change the fate of someone or put in your own request. I have no idea if you're an active patron right now, truthfully. You can pick any of these and put them at the top. Or I can show you the entire D20, what else you could have rolled for, you can pick something else. This is the second time you rolled this. That's absolutely crazy. All right, just lingual. I'm going to put a screenshot of all the possible things you could have rolled because you got a D20, and you can pick whatever you want. I think that's going to be the new D20 thing. Pick whatever. Yeah, you're a rare, not a legendary. If you want to do a priority ticket, that's great, but you don't have to. Because generally speaking, my plan was that if you rolled the D20, you'd be a legendary patron with a request, and so you just put yourself at the top. But this is the request board, so if you did want to put someone at the top, you can go shopping right here. And this request board's public. Anyone can look at this. This is everything I have queued up that will be sculpted on stream. If you want to make a request to be on this, if you're new here, that's what my legendary tier on Patreon is for. Yeah, what are the odds? That's wild. But yeah, I'll let Just Lingual do whatever he wants with that. He's got the power right now. Meditating Monkey says, you people are just going to let this imposter impersonate me. Oh my god. Yes. Lois, yeah. My mods are all turning on each other. I think we figured out that it's Satyr causing problems, and then I end up blaming Eloa, and it worked beautifully. What are the odds? The odds are 1 in 20. Thank you, Taka. I'm sorry, Eloa. I see them in all caps, like, apologize to me. I'm like, I am sorry. I absolutely turned on you. Alright, I'm going to sculpt some fire on the fox as well. You absolutely can choose Foxy's request. Jasingle says, if I choose Foxy's project, then I'll be beloved by the peasants, may even become a giga peasant one day. Maybe even so. I know Foxy would love that. You know, Foxy already donated to get a fox taver pet. So it would just be like a Foxy day. It would be very, very on theme. We sculpted a fox. Foxy has been super generous. And then they also get rewarded with one of your models getting a priority ticket. So that'd be pretty awesome. Fox piled. Yeah. Yeah, Loa did get dogpiled. I'm so sorry. Alright, I'm starting to create more flames. I know it looks more like tentacles right now. Don't worry about it. It is early on. Ew. Why does Pinch Brush have Sculptress Pro? What's up? Okay. Brady is getting so much more than he bargained for. This model is awesome. Reaper said, man, I can't believe I'm missing all of the action because Reaper's at work right now. And then just lingual whatever you pick, just in case you said what you're picking. Let me know right here in the Discord so I can know. But you're welcome to shop in the meantime. I cannot believe you rolled a d20 twice. Or not d20, but a natural 20 twice. That's insane. So usually Mondays are kind of chaotic streams. It's just kind of the way it's happened recently. And I remember last Monday was like the quietest, coziest stream. It was super relaxed. And I was like, maybe that's just kind of like the future of Mondays. Maybe it just, that was a fluke. Nope, today has been absolutely insane. And then we're moving on to happy hour very soon. I'll be taking a short break. And then, yeah, it'll be Fox Tavern Pet time. And then, of course, happy hours for my students. So if you guys have any students have any work that want me to review, let me know. I love that Monkey is also participating in like the imposter shenanigans. This is great. Plot twist, they're all Monkey. All of this has been Monkey. All right, just Single's gonna use a priority ticket for Foxy. I have to ask which one specifically, because Foxy does have multiple requests. Are you gonna request it for the ridiculous two-legged horse? I'm gonna do a terrible job on that model on purpose. I'm just letting you know. Foxy, not lingual. Please don't. No, Foxy has like a real request on there too. And just lingual, you absolutely can. Foxy, you are worthy of being spoiled. Trying to figure out how I want this fire to work. Because that looks really good. But it's not blended into the body right now. I mean, either way, this is going to be work for another day. We made a ton of progress today in just a few hours, and I'm really proud of it. This model's gorgeous. Foxy says, I am now a slightly tipsy Englishman. I am worthy of more cider, and that is all. Just Lingual's like, no, I'm going to spoil you. Where was this when we were doing hot takes? I don't know. Ooh, that's a nice render. Eloa, do you see this? Fancy render being fancy. And then I always take my screenshots and just edit them a little bit just to pump up the colors. What a great first day. Yeah, check that out. Bam. That's so much easier to see. By default, the colors are a little muted in ZBrush. I mean, granted, I can also adjust that myself, but I'm really, really proud of today's model. This is just chaotic. Also, I can figure this out. I'm gonna go to Patreon and see who has Lore Master as their name on Discord. See, I can figure this out. I can reverse engineer this. It's not working. Damn it. I'm gonna have to like do an entire CSV download to trace back who this is. Oh, that's right, I have streamer mode enabled. I'm gonna figure this out. Who is this? Wash Tech. That's a totally different person. It's a coincidence. Unless one of y'all... Zach Arnold. That's like the most innocuous name. They joined 2 days ago. It's not. It's not any of you. What? Oh my god. I just searched this on Patreon to double check what was happening, and it turns out it was nothing. Alright. Never mind. Never mind. Sater said, no, don't do that. It'll shatter the illusion. No, now I'm just even more confused that it wasn't you. It was just coincidences, truly. Alright. I'm really proud of this. This looks killer. Thank you, Rudy. Oh, there we go. Meditating Monkey is still bullying himself. I mean, his clone. 1 second. I have to talk to my mods in the super secret chat. So no apologies for poor Sater? Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. I knew you'd understand. I knew you'd understand. Alright, I'm gonna go on break before I absolutely lose my mind. Like the stream if you're enjoying it. If not, why are you here? Having a great time. This model is really cool. When I come back, seriously, when I come back, we're going to be starting Happy Hour, which I have 2 demos that were requested from students of mine. I'll be sculpting a little bit of fur, and I'll also be showing how to sculpt ooze. And Foxy, thanks to Foxy and Just Lingual, we hit our donation goal for the day, which means we get a new tapper pet, which essentially is a cute little chibi that I will sculpt from scratch. And of course, Foxy put us over the edge, so shocker, they requested a fox. So I'll be making a very cute chibi fox today. It'll be great. Alrighty, y'all. I will be back in about 15 minutes, maybe less, honestly. I had a really awesome lunch, so I'm not really that hungry. Returning, we'll say in 15 minutes. Grab a drink, grab a snack, come back and be ready for some fun. See ya. Hey y'all, welcome back. All right, it's been a super fun stream. After much deliberation and talking with Ricky, I have realized that all the things that happened today were literally just a coincidence. It really seemed like my mods had this funny little, because it's happened before, little scheme of putting a different account in the chat to just be silly. And it was like a bunch of references to things that have happened in the stream before. And then the final cherry on top was someone joined the Discord with the username Lore Master, which is what Eloa calls themselves. It was just a coincidence. I did unless Seder joined my Patreon 2 days ago and put in a request for their wife. I highly doubt it. I don't think their wife even plays D&D. Yeah. Yeah, it was just a coincidence. It was crazy. This will go down in stream history. Great model, made this fox, and now we're going to make a chibi fox. Yeah. Sater says, Vindication, Eloa, say sorry to the mod squad right now, please. I am sorry, mod squad. But can we talk about how funny and crazy that was? Like, seriously, that's crazy. It absolutely checked out. It really seemed like it. But no, we just had someone that couldn't spell, maybe just really bad Google Translate, and then we happen to have somebody with a name that's obviously a joke reference to Rudy, and then someone joined the Patreon with the name Lore Master. It's just hysterical. Ukulele apology video when I can play the ukulele. I could do this. All right. It's true. Meanwhile, Meditating Monkey has risen to limited power, but power. All right, we're going to save this. At first, I was thinking that the fox doesn't look fox elementally enough. It's like a fox in fire. And then I realized that once you print this, you can paint it however you want. So it totally looks like a fire elemental still. Especially because I textured it so heavily. So, yeah. I'll get this cleaned up for 3D printing at some point. But not today. Today, thanks to Just Lingual and Foxy, we now have a Tabber pet queued up. So we're going to do a fox Tabber pet. Let's go. There's Ricky. Speaking of, this is actually available on Patreon now. It's like the first official Tabber pet that's available on Patreon. Blue Man says, sorry about the weird timing. Thank you for the chat members for being welcoming. I am so sorry. I'm glad you're even still here. It was really funny, if I could say that at least. I can't believe that you're still here. And then Ricky. Okay, we're not worried about it. We're gonna leave that alone. Now we're gonna say it. Caesar dressing as Ricky. So at one point, Glue Man, since you're still here, my husband labeled himself Hidden Valley, like the ranch dressing, and just like bugged Eloa to death. It was like nonstop pinging Eloa, being like, "Oh, is this your art? Oh, what are you doing? Why are you a mod? Can I pay to be a mod?" Again, we just happened to do this joke recently because I launched a Kickstarter. So we had a really cool project cooking. I'll actually show that because I haven't talked about that yet today. So again, it was a really goofy, funny stream that we did recently. Kickstarter is doing fantastic. Thank you guys so much for supporting this. I know I talk about it a lot, but some people want to get a PhD. Some people want to have children. I just want a house with a lot of dirt. I really want a house with at least 2 acres. That's it. I know it's a lot. We'll buy as much land as we can, but all of this and all the donations, obviously, yeah, it's supporting the business, but it's all going to go towards this down payment on a house. So it's a huge deal to me. And the fact that we have over 100 people that have been part of that is the best. And then 1 second, I'm trying to link this. And then of course, YouTube is like, I'm frozen. There you go. Yeah. Rat Girl says, same dream. I love that. And if you don't know, I only have 2 animals right now, which is crazy. I have a pug and I have a horse, and that's it. I had a parakeet that passed away last year. I really want cats. The cat distribution system has just missed me recently, so I have settled for my neighbor's cats. Yeah. Eloa has banned Caesar dressing. Yeah, there we go. I'm in tears right now. Eloa's like, I cannot handle Ricky terrorizing him again. But we know it's Ricky. Again, he's just doing that as a joke. He knew you would know right away. Beautiful. Eloa says, ain't no way I'm dealing with that. And there's Mr. M3DM. There's my husband. It was just like a quick, silly joke. Yeah. Glue Man, is it terrible that I still think that you're one of my mods messing with me? I know you're not. I don't know. It's the fact that you put like Kickstarter with a dash. I don't know. I'm just like full paranoia right now. It's okay. All right. We are going to make a little fox. Hey, Jared's here. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Hey, thank you so much for letting me share my project in the Titancraft Discord server. That did make me money. So thank you. Oh my gosh, Rat Girl says, I have some friends of friends living on land squat in Spain. They have a load of rescue donkeys and a clan of wild/stray dogs that they care for. That's fantastic. And yeah, no, I don't plan to have like a full like animal sanctuary per se, because it's just not sustainable. But I do plan to have a very lucky few pets under my care that are going to have a very, very good life. All right, we're going to go ahead and start on this fox. For those of y'all that don't have like large pets, like I'm talking like donkeys, horses, cows, that kind of stuff, like livestock, it's really common to not keep, like they're not pets, like, or they're not usually treated like pets. Like the fact that I have a off-track thoroughbred right now, so ex-racing horse, they're super undesirable unless they did not get hurt, have great conformation, a decent brain, then sometimes they get picked up for like dressage or eventing. That's about it. But I'll have him till he's dead. That's super unusual with horses. Usually you kind of, because they're so expensive to maintain, you kind of trade up as you need to. Which is, I get it. If it's like a sport that you do, I don't know. It's not something that I do. I'm going to keep him. Hey, Yoni's here. Hello, hello. Jared says, cool, woohoo, feel free to share your project again before it ends. I will, thank you. All right. Foxy, thank you so much for donating, and Just Lingual. We are making a fox tabard pet in y'all's honor. Rat Girl says, yeah, fully. They took in some donkeys locally that had gone lame, and the dogs just kind of happened by circumstance. Yeah, I believe that. Also, if you guys aren't familiar, going lame, it just means that they aren't like sound to ride or work, which means they usually have some sort of limp or something like that. Foxy says, there are 2 types of horse people. Mia is one of the 2 types. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Dude, that's something, don't get me started on like horse girl energy and stuff like that. That has been, you guys say it to me in like a loving way, and that's been like weirdly healing for me. I have never, people are mean, guys. Newsflash. But no, I've always heard that and gotten really defensive and like it hurts my feelings. And then that's not what you guys mean at all. Y'all are actually really sweet. I really appreciate that. Yeah, there's like, again, the weird, crazy horse girls. I realize that. And then there's people that like, I just like chores. 90% of having a horse is doing yard work. Like, seriously. There you go. Rat Girl says, horses scare the crap out of me. I would let you ride my horse then. I literally, people that are like, I want to ride your horse. I'm like, nope. You don't. You got to have a little bit of the fear. Otherwise, you don't know what you're getting into. And then Dexter says, hey Mia, where on the Patreon to go download models? I'm looking down the wolf you made me. Also had to switch to free membership for the time being. I'll definitely be back to support sometime soon. Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all. Let me DM you. Because you're a free member, if you just canceled, you'll still have access. But if not, I'm going to DM you right now so I don't forget. Is that okay? You guys can continue to talk and be merry. I think I sent you the files, Zexus, in our DMs, but just in case I didn't, let me go ahead and send those to you. Or are you wanting your model specifically, or are you wanting everything? Because I don't have a download all button. There's just too many. There's too many models for that. Moving stuff around right now. Don't worry about it. When you have multiple monitors, it's kind of common for them to get like stuck in one spot. There we go. I have a little script. I'll take all of my monitor or everything that's open and put it on one monitor. It's been awesome. Good function. All right, we're all back. Okay, Taylor put that very well. There's crazy horse girls, and then there are girls who actually have a horse. There you go. Cool. Yeah, just your model specifically. That's what I thought. So I'm going to make sure I send that to you right now. And to be clear, Zexus, like, you're not derailing the stream. If I don't do it right now, unless I write down sticky note, like, I'm not going to remember and I'd feel bad. Sweet. I'm sending those your way right now. And yeah, y'all are so sweet. I don't expect you to join my Patreon and then, like, literally support until you die. That goes for my students too. Like, if you cancel, don't feel like you can't come hang out in the streams. Like, I don't care. I'm just happy to have you here. You guys are super cool. Y'all are very sweet though. All right. You're welcome, Zexus. Glue Man says, horses are wonderful. Thank you for taking care of a retired one. They deserve love too. They really do. And again, racehorses don't have the best manners, and then they're gigantic, so people are afraid of them, and they should be. I mean, you should be afraid of all of them, honestly. What an unhinged thing to love. But I love training horses, so it's been really fun for me. There we go. I like that too. Seder, this is fun, like a joke, but like I agree. There are crazy horse girls, and then there are girls who have horses that are just crazy. Like, that's me. I am the latter. Awesome. All right. Thank you guys for being patient. And well, you're just literally having fun. I guess I won't call it being patient. While I make this little fox. All right, are we ready? Because it's going to happen pretty quick here. If you need my attention, make sure you put at M3DM, otherwise I'm going to miss you. All right, chibis. Let's talk about chibis. So first things first is you're going to want to have a sphere and then duplicate that sphere. Bam, you got a little snowman. This is a great way to start your chibis because it kind of lays the groundwork of what their proportions are going to look like. And again, the head needs to be gigantic. Next thing we're going to do is create some little ears. I'm going to use Dynamesh a lot during this process, and Dynamesh will just dynamically change your mesh. Usually it's in respect to the shape that you've created. There we go. I'm going to click on Mirror and Weld. Okay, feel free to put lots of pictures of cute chibi foxes, please. Just Single says, I don't know if I said this before, but the priority ticket is for whichever of Foxy's models is craziest. You know, it's funny because they have this horrific Splendor monster model they want me to do, and it's truly a nightmare. Yeah. Okay. I know what we're going to do. It's going to be awesome. You guys are going to love it. Foxy says, oh no. I think it was Splendor. I want to say Splenda, but that's a sweetener. All right, so I did ZBrush by half, and then Rat Girl, since you're still here, we're gonna get to the demo after this little tavern pet. See how I did ZBrush by half, and look how nice that made the topology. See before and the after? Yeah, it's a good tool. Zexus says, I will definitely be back on your Patreon soon. Gotta save it for my first suit that commission. Hey, you be you, boo. I love it. Also, I just love supporting more artists. Splendor, yes. There's Reaper. Splendid chibi. Sater says, I don't think you should fear horses. I think you should respect them. Yeah, it could be both. I don't know. I'm definitely afraid of him a little bit. It's a healthy fear. Splenda Man, the very poor marketing decision mascot. All right, so I'm doing ZBrush in half a few times. There we go. And let's go ahead and create this little snoot. Again, I'm just using a bunch of spheres and then reshaping them. So as you refine your little chibi, again, you have to be very careful with it because the chibis will look cursed very easily. So we're gonna go with this kind of like football shaped head almost. And then another kind of like secret for chibis is putting their face as low as possible on their face. That made no sense. You want the eyes and the mouth to be very close together and like a large forehead. So like my eyes, like this is my face on my head. I would put it like here. Eloa, do not Photoshop that. All right, we're gonna go ahead and bring in the eyes sooner than later. Or you know, we don't need to do that. I can just go ahead. Oh, there's my horse, by the way. Someone did ask for a chibi of Spartan, so there he is. It's exactly what he looks like. I'm already lost. There we go. Foxy says, you don't know what you're asking Mia for. When I requested this, I was like, this is probably something you should decline. Foxy, if you put in that request anytime this year, I would have said no. But now, I've said yes too long ago, and I'm like, it's happening. We're too far in to say no now. Rat Girl says, no sweat, waiting on the goop. You're awesome. All right, we're gonna add some eyeballs. It's a little early, but I just want eyeballs. Using IMM primitive. That's exactly what the eyes should look like. I always tell my students this, but whenever, look at this. You guys get to look at this for a second. All right, whenever y'all are working on stuff as a beginner, don't make pretty things, and by God, don't try to make cute things. It can be so difficult. Make monsters, make ugly things. It'll build so much confidence in your abilities as an artist. Cute things are so sensitive. All right, we're gonna start fixing it. Not that there was anything wrong with him. Oh my God. And notice that I never spend too much time in one spot. Just keep on working. Foxy, do you have a preference of what kind of expression that your fox is gonna have? Right now I'm adding the little blushies. I can make him sad, happy, angry, or just absolutely blank expression, whatever this is. A cunning expression. I feel like I would need 2 eyebrows for that. How about this? I could just like squint one eyebrow or one eye. We'll leave that there for temporarily. We'll see how we feel about it. We're gonna use curved tube to create some little arms. He's got a long way to go, but it'll come together really quickly. I love Reaper's energy here, but the chaos, it'll be glorious. Whenever I see glorious in italics like that, it's a very specific memory of Dragon Age Origins. When you talk to King Kalen before he's dead. That's not a spoiler. Game's been out for like 10 years, more than 10 years. Anyway, and he just talks about like riding off into battle and he goes, glorious. He does this weird little like head tilt thing or like shake. I think that every time I see glorious in italics. I don't know. Very niche memory. If you have not played Dragon Age Origins, you should. All of Dragon Age is great. Yes, even the new one. We're gonna have him sitting. Oh yeah, and Foxy, are we doing a booty today? Don't mind how disturbing these little legs look. Can we give the fox some berries it gathered / stole? I don't think foxes eat berries, but we can. Aren't they carnivores? Rat Girl says, a friend of mine worked on it, but I've never gotten around to playing it. Do you mean you know someone that worked on Dragon Age Origins? And you've never played it? And you know someone? That's very cool. Send them all of my love. Foxy would prefer no cake. Honestly, same, because it's kind of a gigantic tail and it's going to be very, very... Do you know how big I would have to make this little fox butt to make it visible? That's the tail. Oh my god. It would be outrageous. And yeah, I know, Foxy, you trust the process at this point. Oh my gosh, sculpting Ash was so difficult and awesome. That one looked, ugh, for a little bit there. What a confidence booster that model was, though, seriously. I know I talk about it a lot, and I swear I'm not just like buttering you up, Foxy. One, I have better things to do. And two, I can just be nice to you with no reason. Seriously, working on Ash was like a huge milestone for me as an artist. It was just an absolute delight. There we go. It's coming together. It's gonna be a very fluffy fox. Dragon Age, she did the Italian translation adapting. That's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. Ooh, carne asada and street corn sounds amazing. Satyr, I feel like you'd be a really good cook. Didn't you say you worked at a restaurant? I guess I don't know. You give good cook vibes, whatever that means. Foxy, most problematic request crown. 100%. Foxy, KK. Looks like an orange pie. Yeah. It's still cooking. Don't judge him. He's not done. All right, let's get a little bit of white. Some color is going to go a long way. You know, never was a huge fan of Borderlands. I didn't get it. I'm just laughing because he looks really silly. I would like to make the nose slightly heart-shaped reminiscent. Gleeman says, well, I have to take my leave. Thank you for the warm and cozy vibes. Sorry for the misunderstanding when I joined. No, it was iconic. It was great. Thanks for being a good sport about it, because if you just disappeared, I probably would not be able to sleep tonight. I'd be like, I just terrorized a perfectly normal stranger. I am so sorry. Anyway, bye. Thanks for tuning in. Rat Girl says, see you, Gleeman. Hope you stick around. That's really funny. Is it terrible that I'm still not convinced that Glue Man is real and that's still one of y'all? It's okay. Alright, I need to start messing with the shape of the head. He doesn't know what he wants to be right now. Oh my god, this looks so silly. I love it. I think I'm going to merge the face down in the features temporarily. Just have a little bit more flexibility with this face. Okay, pointing the snoot down a little bit helps. We're gonna lower it. Gonna lower the face. And then the head is just not working. Isn't Glue Man all of us at heart? Yeah, there's something poetic there. There we go. I've recovered the face. It's looking cute again. Well, I mean, it always looked cute. It just, you know. Maybe Glue Man was the Torvin of our hearts. Don't you start with me. Absolutely deformed little back leg. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm fixing it. Also, I so just did not need to go about... Nope. No back legs. Sorry, Foxy. Your specific Taver pet does not get legs. I'm joking. Alright, almost done. But also, based on the fact that Glue Man spelled cozy with an S instead of a Z, also makes me think UK and also makes me think it's Eloa again. Just saying. We do have a lot of y'all that are not United States. I need to let this go. I'm letting it go. All I know is that if it was Eloa, I bet they had probably one of the best laughs of their life today. I know they were just cackling every time I bring it up. There you go. He did in fact get legs. Hello, ain't no way she's still thinking it's me. Sorry, just kidding, just kidding. Just kidding. I'll know for sure when the stream is over, and if none of y'all confessed. Oh, it's looking really cute. It's happening. Foxy said little feetsies, right? Batgirl says, you're streaming at Prime, UK, just finished work and I'm too tired to do anything time. Love it. Here it is 4 o'clock, so everyone's still at work. If they work. Seder works. Seder, what are you doing here? You know, you're in school. You don't work. No, I'm just joking. I know that's work. Foxes are so cute. I think it needs a little shaping still, because don't they always? But I think I did this justice. Needs some help on the side profile here, but looking pretty good. Excuse me. I did. Hello, don't say that. I feel bad. Hidden Valley is back again. My husband will not leave Eloa alone. He's already gone. Eloa has already banned my husband's alternate account. Wait, you have a full-time job and you go to school full-time? Oh, duh. You're here when you're at work. My bad. You know how that doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying you're lying. Like, I know it's true. It's just like, again, I have like little like cards in my head that like about each one of y'all. Like, I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of like a mental map or like library? It's called a thing that I can't remember very ironically, but it's kind of like how I keep track of all of y'all. And Seder, a lot of these boxes are in fact mutually exclusive. You cannot be full-time at a job and at school and have a child, and like it's a lot. Man, I'm rooting for you. I'm so excited for you to finish school at least. Man, keep it up. Keep it up. That's insane. That's insane. A Dewey Decimal System? No, that's how you keep track of books. Mental memorization. It's like a mind house, mansion, library. I'm typing this into Google. Memory Palace. Look that up. No wonder I didn't remember what that's called. It's stupid. Memory Palace. Look it up. Foxy, are you happy with your fox? I hope you like it. We don't have to have this expression. We can have it mad or, oh goodness, it doesn't want to be anything other than confused. Oh, that's what Sherlock Holmes. No kidding. That's so funny because like that is a thing. Oh, that's horrifying. Oh my gosh. Yes, yay. Heart-shaped chest floof. Yes. Seder, I wish it didn't have to be all those things. I love it. This is so cute. Yum. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. That was fun. All right, it is time to focus on my students now. I might do some refining on this later like I usually do, but that's a really good stopping point. And the Tavern pets continue. I love it. All right, well, Rat Girl, are you still here? You still want to learn about ooze? It's ooze time. And especially Rat Girl, if you have like a bunch of questions about armor or want like a little demo, like now is definitely time to ask. Do not be shy. Happy Hour is specifically designed for my students, so take up attention and ask lots of questions. I'm gonna jump back to Epic Firefox because it's gorgeous and I'm really proud of it. So we all must look at it longer. I'm going to bump up the lighting a little bit. Ooh, drama. It does look good, even that light off. Very cool. It's gooping time. Yeah, I don't know if Mini Mimics is still here, but I can show them later. All right, it's goop time. So here's how you sculpt ooze. And we'll just do like a straight ooze line and you can kind of work from there. So use your curved tube brush. We'll go with a green color because goop. I'm going to click and drag a line here. Split mask points. So the trick with ooze is understanding how ooze works and what it generally looks like. So it's a viscous substance, right? Which means that it kind of balls up on itself. So it wants to stick together and stretch, right? So here's a line, and I'm gonna do it, just draw a straight tube right here. And even though it's not the right shape, it's fine. All right, so we're gonna really study this one ooze drip and how this works. You got a line here and there's this. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do is hold down Shift, and I'm going to smooth it at the top because it's going to be pulling away from the shape, but it doesn't want to, right? It wants to goop together. So take your inflate brush and just inflate the bottom of that. Doesn't that immediately look super like goopy? You can use Dynamesh a lot during this to kind of adjust how you want your ooze to look like. Just think of like little drops, and you should always know where it's stretching from. So the reason why I have this piece up here is its own entity is so we can also sculpt the relationship between these two. So again, anywhere where it's stretching and being affected by gravity, it's going to want to pull together. So I can use move and back face mask and kind of start sculpting this little stretch right here. Turn off back face mask. There you go. That is super important. That's pretty much the basics of ooze. And it gets really fun when you start duplicating it. So I can hold down Command, click and drag on this little gizmo. And if I let go of Command, it will duplicate it at that exact instance. Pretty fun. All right, delete hidden. I can use move topological to kind of grab this one and move this further down. And you can really get some fun interactions in between goop and ooze by using the curve brush again. And again, using that same principle we understand now, it stretches and it wants to stay together. So we'll make it larger right here on the ends and then stretch, pinch it in the middle. You must be the ooze to understand how to sculpt ooze. See what I mean? Like, I'm making a lot of jokes, but like, seriously, does it make sense? And Rackrell says, I'm more interested in using it to create long organic stretches, like strands of ligaments attached between muscle joints, if that makes sense. Oh, that's ZSketch. All right, you want to see ZSketch. But that's ooze. You asked for ooze and goop. This is ooze and goop. But if you're talking about tendons and splitting and that kind of stuff, yes, that is going to be ZSketch. Let's do that demo. I'll bring up a hand. What was that? All right. So to do this is a little more advanced and really fun. I'm bringing up a hand, so because that's what you kind of mentioned, like tendons and whatnot. I'm gonna click on append and bring in a Z sphere here. Click on E to resize the sphere, and then W to hide it away. I know it's a little odd, but just bear with me. So now that that's positioned away, we're going to enable ZSketch. So we can click on Edit Sketch. And now your brushes are going to look a lot different. Ooh, do I remember how to do this? I do. If not, I can find how to do this because I don't use this often, but it's really, really cool. Okay, I'm in draw mode. There we go. Q for draw mode, and now your brushes are going to look a lot different. These are now your new brushes. So again, that's Edit Sketch. So now we're going to just use these defaults and click and drag. This is really powerful and really cool. If you want to bridge gaps, you're going to come up to your brush right here and click on armature like this. And you can just like freehand sculpt. And it's just such a crazy, powerful tool. And there's no substitute in ZBrush. This is what you want to be doing if you want this effect that you're talking about. Isn't that crazy? It's very powerful and really cool and can't be understated is using bulge as well. You can kind of get that ooze effect. So it's tendons and grossness and coolness. How's that? Once you have a shape that you like, just know this isn't real. This is just a preview. So now click on adaptive skin, unified skin. I can't remember which skin it is. One of these skins, and then you click apply. Any questions? I thought the slime brush would be the way to do it. Sorry to sing down the wrong path. Yeah, no, it's slime brush is ooze. This is not, yeah, you would want to use Z-Sketch for that. No problem. The armature mode is awesome, right? Yeah, if you don't put a Z-sphere in your scene, it's literally not there. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Oh, there's David. Oh, good. I'm glad Eloa that got sneaks out of this. One of these days, Mia's going to fire me. No, you're fine. Just single says, I'm going to need to rewatch this later, right? Isn't that cool? But I need to remember the last step. It's like really important. How do you, Eloa, what skin do you apply? Is it preview? Yes. Okay, I figured it out. Unified skin preview. And again, if it's going to look kind of low res, and if you're not wanting that, just adjust your resolution to like 500, and then it will obviously increase the res as it would imply. Maybe even like just make it high. There you go. And then click on make unified skin. This is the most important part. It's going to put it in a tool up here. See this? This still isn't real. Well, I mean, it is, but you have another piece right here that's all polygrouped. You can then bring back into your scene. So append and then click on this. And that's your sculptable piece that you want. I believe you want to keep this base one here still because it's cool that you can go back and forth in and out of Z-Sketch. Get me? So once you make your goop or whatever, your tendons, your stretchingness, click on preview under unified skin and then make unified skin and then grab that under a different tool. Leave your original subtool there. It's going to look like a duplicate, but you can go back and edit that later. It's very cool. Eloa, I am so devastated about that too. Nucla V was the model to do this on. Steamwork says Slime Bridge, but it's not. That's Rat Girl said the same thing, asking about that. I'm in 2022 land. I don't have Slime Bridge. Is there a way of making it save new tools together as subtools together? Oh, Lord. Is there a way... Again, asking questions is hard, but this is also... Asking stuff in like ZBrush speak or, any industry tech speak is incoherent. It's not your fault. Is there a way of making it save new tools together as subtools? No. You need to manually put subtools together. So again, you have a ZPR, ZBrush project file, and under that are tools. And each tool are subtools, and you can break up your subtools as polygroups. ZBrush project has tools, tools have subtools, subtools can have polygroups. So I don't end up with 50 distinct tools. You're gonna. It's really not an issue. You literally only end up with new tools when you do Boolean operations or if you're doing Z-Sketch. I know that comes up for you a lot, but I promise it's not usually happening a lot. You can just delete them afterwards. Again, so now that I have clicked append, so you can manually move them together, but it won't do it by default. So I went to append and I grabbed it right here. See that? That's that other tool. So now I can go here and delete this because I don't need that tool anymore. I moved it over. And now I have both copies right here. Does that make sense? All right, again, this is time for my students to ask questions. If you guys are interested in becoming part of my mentorship program, the link in the description, this is your time. David asked earlier about sculpting fur. David, are you still here? I imagine so. I'm gonna move on briefly to do that little sculpting demo for David. I know I keep saying David, mini mimics. There's multiple Davids here. Fox. So I use a, cool, Rackrell said this is making sense. Heck yeah, good. So I use a fur brush to achieve this, but I did some hand sculpting here and you probably can't even tell, which is great, that's the goal. I like using, again, this fur brush was from Flipped Normals. You don't have to. You must understand how to sculpt fur to get the most use out of a fur brush, okay? And there's 2 steps to that. Step 1 is your base mesh here should not be perfectly smooth. Don't use that and sculpt fur on it. Get me? Don't do that. Make it a little blobby. So I usually take a sphere. Let me go ahead and duplicate. I'm just going to scoot this over. It's fur demo time. This is just a copy of the neck. That's all this is. So I mentioned before, like, don't have this. Either take your standard brush and just make some blobs. These will be your fur chunks later. I like to use my move brush, actually, and just add little blobs everywhere and do it that way. Up to you, either way. So next thing I'm going to do is actually smooth out one of these little chunks so I can show you how to sculpt it. We will obliterate this little section here. There, it's gone. All right, so again, know what fur chunk you're dealing with. In this case, I'm creating this shape right here. So I have that vision in my head. I'm going to build up the volumes by using my standard brush, which is very, very translatable to Blender. I did a little stroke right here, adding volume, and then I'm going to subtract a little bit of volume, add a little bit of volume. So I'm adding and subtracting as I go, kind of building up that shape. That pretty much looks like it already. Then I'll use my damp standard brush, like a crease, and use this to get those like final tertiary details. I like having lazy mouse enabled. I find it really kind of softens the strokes and makes it look a little less stiff. You want your fur density and your detail to be more towards the bottom, not at the top. There, and that's your kind of quick demo there. It's mostly seamless. Does that help, David? Let me know. And if anyone else has a question or some sort of sculpting demo they want done, now is the time to ask. It's also very important that you don't blanket your model with the exact same type of fur. I have lots of different kinds of fur on this model. Ignore the seams and stuff for now. But yes. Even though real animals I get are blanketed like the same kind of texture, this looks better. Mini Mimic says that it helps a lot. Thank you. You're welcome. Ooh. All right, I'm going to check my DMs really quick. Make sure everything's looking good. Oh, sweet. I have a text from my neighbor. She's back home. I've been watching their critters. She said, "We're back. Thank you so much for taking great care of my animals." Yay. That was fun. All right, D. Checking my DMs. Looks good. Eloa says, Mia, at some point, when you have a spare chance, I might have some questions on cleaning up a file for 3D printing. I followed pretty much everything you did, trying to ensure no mesh errors, but I might have a few questions when I go through that process because, well, be the first time. Yeah, of course, of course. I do have a video I can send you. Excuse me. I should have muted myself for that. I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and DM this to you right now, Eloa. It's just like it's a sculpt with me where I actually clean up. So right here. 3D print preparation. And I think it's the same process that I use. If not, it's really, really close. So yeah. If you're on the fence about joining a mentorship program, here are some of the fancy resources available to you. Neato. Sculpt with me's. All right. I send that to Eloa. It's a 20-minute long video. It covers a lot. I think that'll give you a good starting point, and it's all in the same place instead of watching it all chaotic like. There you go. You don't have to watch that. You can still ask me questions, of course, of course. What is happening here, Foxy? Steamworks says, wait, that means I don't have Slime Bridge either. Peculiar. I'm gonna laugh so much if I actually have Slime Bridge. I've just never noticed it this whole time. You're very welcome. I'm really happy how the face of this turned out. That was a tricky one. Fox says, what is happening where, Mia? You posted this in the live stream hub. Oh, is this just accent comparison? No. Oh, really? Eloa said, I still think from this and the armor, it still doesn't even look like a normal M3DM model. Really? Oh, thanks. I think it's because you've helped me as an artist and making me do really hard things enough times. I've noticed that it's not really that much more work. It's like 20% more work to just do the thing and make it really cool. So, yeah. Rudel says, this is sick. Have I told you how much I love that? Rudel the Noodle. I think that is the best. That is the funniest username. Well, we're just past the 4-hour mark. Fun stream. This is great. 4 hours is starting to feel just like a totally normal stream to me. Remember when I used to be like dying after 3 hours, guys? Eloa says, I think we've gone through multiple step-ups this year on stream. It's been awesome to watch. Oh, I'm so glad. They're definitely getting easier as they go, if that makes sense. At least mentally. I swear, there were certain times last year, and even early this year, like when I would be like pushing to learn something new on stream, and I'd finish the stream, and like my face would be like literally hot. Like I was literally cooking, y'all. And now, like, I feel like I've found a much better flow to it. I know they always say, like, oh, like growth is uncomfortable or whatever, but it was hard to make it sustainable, and part of that is because in credit to you guys for just being cool and easy. I have a very chill audience, and I'm very happy, very grateful for that. Oh, Justlingle says, which stream went over repeated designs, such as rivets, buttons, teeth, etc.? Sorry if you answered this and I missed it. Oh, I don't mind. I don't think I really had one that did that. Or if you're talking about like repeated designs, like the way that they're separated, okay, Justlingle, you're on the hot seat. I want to make sure I answer your question. So if I click B for my brush palette, and then let's go to like IMM clothing, we have little rivets and buttons, right? So I can click and drag just one instance of it, and then split mask points. If you want to like have it equidistant, bring up your 3D gizmo with W, hold down Command, Control on Windows. So again, you're holding down Command, click and drag to where you have like the distance you want. Do not let go of your pen, but let go of Command, and then drag. And it will equidistant separate them. Is that what you were asking? The vehicle stream did. Ooh. Yeah, there was that one, and then another technique was when you click and drag, it's going to make it a bunch of different sizes, right? But let's say my draw size right now is 54. So if I click my pen down, I'm holding it down, so it's doing the thing. And now if I just hold down, hold down Command, it will snap to a specific size, and that is specific to my draw size. So if I want to be a little bit smaller, let's go to 33. Bam. So now I can click Command. It takes a little bit of feel. You'll have to get used to it, and then you can stamp identical sizes. Another thing to note here is if you go to your brush right here, depth, you can lower this down So that way it doesn't stick off in the model so far. Bam. See, now it's actually inset into the mesh without me having to manually do it. I hope that's helpful. Rat Girl says, I tried streaming a little this year and it is exhausting. So much social energy / interaction. Yeah, I kicked my ass in the beginning. I like performing and I like being in the center of attention or just attention-y. But this is a lot. It took me a while. Just because I enjoy it doesn't mean that I can, like, for long stints is, no, it's a lot. Eloa says, I feel like my style for 3D printing is to create really dynamic pieces that are more suited to statue-like sculpts rather than standard minis. Both are cool. I just want to suffer making weird things. I love it. And even if it's super dynamic, I can definitely help you bridge that gap to make it suitable for a statue and for a mini. Best of both worlds. Just Single says, thank you. You're very welcome. Foxy mentions, yeah, streaming is hard, but it is a performance. It makes it easier if you have an interactive audience chat and or have a friend streaming with you. Very true. Yeah, I didn't have to do that phase of just like talking to an empty chat really for very long at all. And I feel very, very spoiled because of that. In some ways, I feel like I have not paid my dues. You guys know this, but my number is 10. If I'm over 10 viewers, I consider that stream like very successful. Because that means there's always chat. Also, I feel like the chat rate in this specific community is off the fucking walls. I mean, it's insane. Like, if there's 10 people watching, there's 10 people in the chat. It is weirdly high. And I've had so many people now, like, mention in the chat, like, oh, I lurk in every other stream, but, like, this is the first one I really talked in. And I take that as a personal badge of honor. I really do. Lo says, by the way, Mia, speaking of growth, be ready to lock the fuck in for the 14th. I know, I'm already afraid. We have our next very, very special Eloa event stream on the 14th of July. So, don't miss it. That's in 2 weeks. Foxy says, when you're starting as a streamer, you need to chat with the audience, even if there is no audience. Your chat is off the walls on interaction. Yeah, I agree. All right, speaking of, we are wrapping up. Let's just get to closing time here. We're kind of talking about whatever right now, especially feel free to ask questions. A little bit of a reminder, this is what we started with today, and here's where we're at now. I'm very proud of that. I said that's what we do, but then I actually did it. So that's cool. And there's Jerry, which is like... Rat Girl says, what is an Eloa event stream? It's when Eloa cooks up an insane prompt or project or it's only happened once before, technically, which was the fall of Eloa. It's just like a very challenging stream that I have no way to prepare for. I read the prompt on stream. So Eloa prepares like this little package for me to tackle, and then I do the thing on stream. So yes. It's going to be awesome. My lips are still falling off. You can kind of tell my camera's big, but like the entire bottom lip is like cracked. I don't know what happened. It's humid here too. Like, why? Ow. Feels like fire. Ricky calls it big chapstick. They're like, oh, look, now you can't stop. I'm like, well, yeah, now my lips are like falling apart. What am I supposed to do? Anyway. So it's not a collab Eloa / Mia sculpting event. No, not yet, but I could see that happening one day. Eloa says, it looks so good, Mia. I think the main difference for these past few models is they have a certain M3DM elegance to them. It's your style, but more refined and graceful. Aw, man, that's like the nicest thing you could have said to me. Thank you. Sunburn, probably. Holy fuck, yeah, no, I'm sunburned. That's what it is. I did a ton of yard work this weekend in the sun. And I didn't sunscreen like my lips. Are you supposed to do that? My lip is sunburned. Thanks. Did not connect that. That explains the burning sensation. Rudel says, speaking of Ricky, where is he? Is he still in the basement? How are his kneecaps? Don't ask if you don't want to know the answers. Hey, Empress is here. Hello, last minute check-in. Hello, hello. Oh, do you need a new side project assignment, Empress, or are you doing good? Jared, mystery solved. Yeah. Sherlock out. Peace. Empress is like, what is going on? And oh no, like I answered. Oh, you already got back to me. I wouldn't say no side quest, but I think I'm ready to keep pushing. Okay, sounds good. Just checking on you. And Stephanie is so sweet. So I had a student that was like confused about armor. So I sent her like my freaking, I did this recently with Rat Girl too, funny enough. But anyway, I sent her like the links to like the stream and I sent her the wrong one. So she's like super confused. So I fixed that anyway. Oh, and it is officially week 3 of the Summer Art Fest. So if you're not already, please join the Discord and make some art. Do a little something. The prompts for today, oh, we already have, holy crap, we have a bunch of prompts or submissions already. Y'all are insane. I love it. Anyway, it is Spectral, Necromancer, Eldritch, and Overgrown. So make a little something. Someone's already put in a stat block. Ooh, Reaper said, I'll try to send a drawing if I can, but now I'm going to send a list of ghost types, I've been working on for the past few weeks. Yay, I'm so glad. And then Eldritch put it in their D&D character, which totally fits the prompt, 100%. I'm actually in that campaign where they're playing that character, and it definitely fits Eldritch and Spectral. Sweet, it looks like Gwen's already ready. Can sketch on her new epic thing. Oh my gosh, cool. Any kind of art. Any kind of art. Just make a little something. It's just about being creative and having a good time together. Even if you don't like it. I made something for the last week that I did not like. I did a mask. It was not my favorite thing, but I did a sketch and I did not have the creative energy to make anything better. And I'm always like, oh, just submit something. So I finally walked the walk of my talk. Yeah, just make something. It doesn't have to be mind-blowing. Empress does not have time, but Empress is going to make something for week 3. Yay, I'm glad. I think that's a wrap, isn't it? All right, y'all. Well, this was a ton of fun. Again, thank you for hanging out with me. Like all of y'all liked the stream. We had our donation goal of the day, so we made this gorgeous fox and a fox tabard pet. It was like meant to be. It was just a great stream. Really appreciate you guys. Oh, there's Taylor. Just tuned back in. What kind of art for what? Oh, it's our Summer Art Fest. Let me go ahead and just ping you here, Taylor, just in case you haven't seen this yet. There you go. Oh, cool. Jared said if I have time, I'll try something. Yay, sounds good. It can be something super small, any skill level. It's not a contest. There's no reward. The reward is the art you make along the way. But seriously, it's just about like being creative together and making something. All right. I'm out. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.